Don't get caught counting cattle. We're back at the Fixed Ops Roundtable Wild West event.
Riding in at high noon is Brian Kramer from Accu-Trade.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Brian Kramer is the Executive Vice President at Cars.com and the General Manager at Accu-Trade. We know him best from all of the great work he has done as a retailer at Germain Toyota of Naples. Brian, welcome back to the conference.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
Brian, you got a lot on the go. You made the move just last year to Cars.com, and I know you've been working on some things behind the scenes that are now coming out. Talk to us a little bit about Accu-Trade and tell us what's happening there.
So kind of the back history of Accu-Trade is it's an evolution of a few other companies, and Bob Hollinshead, the founder, created trade-in marketplace, instant cash offer, with KBB and that whole model. And this is the latest iteration of that. And I guess I would say evolution. And he recently, sold it and was acquired by Cars.com with Alex Vetter. And the plan of it is to scale it in a massive way. And in many ways, I think it's going to be the most disruptive piece of the automotive industry. For years, we've had, the digital retail and credit applications, digital multi-point inspections, online appointment scheduling, and all these different things. But the one thing that hasn't been disrupted is the appraisal process. And you can even buy F&I products online, but very few will give you an exact number that's penny perfect, and we guarantee it. To that, as long as it's says what it is, and we're very aggressive because our goal is to acquire vehicles, not steal trades. So the average dealer, as we find in the United States, is at 43% trade acquisition on new car transactions. So if they sell 100 new cars, they're going to take in 43 trades. So there's obviously a lot more than that. So that's kind of where we come in, is to move that number up so that they're not getting their car appraised by somebody else. We give them a competitive number and we give it to them very, very quickly.
This is the first time I've heard of technology being deployed here. A big topic, as you and I discussed at the roundtable, is acquisition of customers' vehicles, and on the service drive in particular. As you know, that's been a very big topic in the last 18 months to 24 months.
And I think it's going to be an even bigger topic because as we look at anybody, and everybody says it, every industry expert, that fixed operations from service, parts, body shop, rental car business is going to be one of the fastest growing, the fastest growing part of the business, and the largest growth between now and 2030. So I worked out some bugs with the team at Germain Toyota, and we can tell you about 10,000 ways not to acquire cars on the service drive and all the ways that don't work. So what we're doing at Accu-Trade is we're implementing a playbook, and we've got a few very large, very successful already well-run dealerships that are acquiring 100, 150, 175 units a month off the service drive currently today. And some of them have done that in less than 90 days, from not having a team to having a team.
Wow. So it's in use right now. Tell us how it works.
So there's a lot of algorithms out there that'll calculate what a vehicle's worth versus the payoff. And what I've found is that you just have to really simplify it. And going through all those exercises, it's almost information overload, and it takes the human element out of it. So what we found to be the most successful piece, and this is where not everybody's ready for this yet, but everybody's going to have to, need to get ready for this, is we found that by enabling our salespeople, trusting them, spending time training, developing them, we were able to recruit non-automotive people into this business, give them a better schedule because their schedule mirrors the service department schedule. Mm-hmm. And they would either work 8 to 4, 9 to 5, they get Sundays off and 2 days off a week. And as long as they maintain their performance standards, they had that, and that's very unusual. And not only that, it's one of the best ways to earn income and take care of customers. But it's as simple as this. Instead of trying to figure out if you can keep your payment the same because half the consumers that trade in their vehicle in service drive either driving a car that they didn't want, they had to settle for, or their lifestyles changed and they need to go from a sedan to an SUV or a minivan. And if you just focus on payment and you focus on that sort of thing, you're not focusing on what they need. You're not lifestyle changes, and you may not be appealing to everyone. So we found is we just walk up to clients and ask them if they would consider selling us their vehicle. And if they said no, then no problem. If you ever change your mind, we always want vehicles like yours. And if they do, here, let me just tell you that there's no obligation and we'll buy your vehicle from you, even if you don't buy one from us. And keeping it simple, genuine, sincere like that is what we find is the most successful way to do it.
That human element, finding out, because I mean, that is extremely relevant. People's needs change all the time. And what was needed a year or two or three ago, may not be today. So that's actually a brilliant, I don't know of anybody else doing anything like that.
And I found out because I was trying to figure out what was working and I was doing it for a presentation. And when I look back, 80% of the deals we worked had equity, but what was it? Only 93% of the deals that we actually transacted on had negative equity. So we're expending all this energy on these people with equity, trying to mine for equity, when in fact, it didn't have any bearing on the actual outcome once we looked at the data. And then we just said, well, why are we even doing this? Why don't we just talk to the clients and tell them what we're trying to accomplish? And it's almost like their guard got down. The key is not to sell and to really be genuine in that situation. And once you get that system down, there's a two-prong effect that I've found. A, you don't have to spend as much money on the sales side because your retention goes up. They already know you. They like your dealership. They're obviously coming into your service department, but you can move that advertising spend to the service department. And as you go after the service drive acquisition, your closing ratio is much more, and it's much easier to drive more traffic through the side door than it is through the front door.
I was just going to ask you, what's in it for the dealer? What are the benefits? And you're just honing in now on those are huge benefits, Brian. Any others that, that were maybe not intended originally that you've seen come to market?
Yes, and we're actually using this reporting right now at Accu-Trade. We go through and we identify, okay, what are the fastest turning vehicles? What are the most profitable vehicles? And what are the hardest to find, the scarcest vehicles? And I think we all know where they're at. They're on the service drive. So now you can get this team that hones in on those vehicles. And when they see one come across, they're definitely, and you're going to pay above market value because they command an above market retail price, but they turn very, very quickly. So it's a win for the dealer. It's a win for the consumer. And it's a win for the manufacturer because you're retaining it within the brand.
I love it. All right. So is it difficult? I think going back to some things you just mentioned, to deploy and get started at the dealership level, how does it work? How long does it take? What have you seen typically?
So Accu-Trade is really a turbocharger for the appraisal process as a whole. So there's, showroom appraisals, sight unseen or driveway appraisals, service drive appraisals, and then we've got a buy center product for vehicle acquisition, virtual online acquisition. But focusing on the service drive piece itself, I would say that's probably the run of a crawl, walk, run strategy, is getting the team on board with appraising cars in a different way. It's much faster. You can appraise a car in 30 seconds. And, we had a team of people that worked at Starbucks and PF Chang's that we could get up and running within a week to be able to appraise vehicles on something that used to take years to teach someone. So it ramps up that learning curve by taking all the knowledge of, Bob Hollinshead's team and basically instills it into the software. And we've got the best buying team, the top wholesalers in the world are all on our team. They're the ones that are putting the values on these vehicles and they're updating it sometimes 3 to 5 times a week. So everybody can have confidence that it's competitive. You don't have to worry about, oh, well, let me wait to get with somebody or figure this out. It's very, very accurate. And on the service drive specifically, obviously we've all got an hourglass that the time is running out. The sands are going through it. And when they get checked in on the service drive, which is very important to have the ASN check it in first, so you don't mess with that whole process. But once that's done, Now they can begin more efficiently in a decentralized way. If it's up on the lift, the salesperson can gather the photos. We have an OBD scan tool that actually populates the mechanical aspects, not just the cosmetic aspects. So if it's got a catalytic converter removed, if it's got an oxygen sensor, or like a 170,000 mile Dodge 1500 that I saw yesterday, I'm like, well, how much is this going to cost to go through the shop? We scanned it, 0 issues. It was maintained like clockwork. So it also prevents risk aversion when appraising a vehicle like that. You can actually put the right money in because you don't have to guess what it's going to be the next day when it goes through the internal service department. You know ahead of time, so you can predict the future and pay the right money for the car.
So it's not disruptive to the service process. I'm still going to write the customer up, go over the primary concern, get the vehicle going today. And I don't have to wait to go get my used car manager who's busy now looking at other cars or involved with something else to come and look at that trade. This is all handled through the technology.
Bingo.
Wow. That is a deal changer. That is huge. All right. So looking forward, okay, and you and I've had this discussion. By the way, our friend Ed Roberts, as you know, big shop. He's also got a mobile operation with, up to maybe a dozen vehicles that are on the road. Do you envision this as something that a company like that will be able to take out as they go and do mobile service away from the dealership?
Absolutely. And we also have some stores that are very successful with service advisors or even valets doing the first 80%. And then someone else comes in just for the last mile, just as a final inspection. But they can still take the photos, just like we do a service walk around. And actually, that was the genesis of how we tripped over it. Wendell Hardy and I were looking out on the service drive, and I mentioned to him, and I said, look, we've got all these service valets that are out at the service drive. We trust them on 5,000 repair orders a month to take an iPad, do a walk around, check the battery test, check the wipers. They do the initial stuff of an MPI or walk around, and we don't trust our salespeople to do the same thing, or even some of our managers. And I said, now how many times is there actually a mistake, or we have to write a check for them missing something? And if you look at the total aggregate, it was negligible. And I said, why wouldn't we? And then you have this logjam typically of a used car manager with 5 salespeople waiting to get a number, or they said, I can't make it over to the shop. And, oh, hey, where's the car at? Oh, the customer left because it was an oil change and they had to get out of here. And then you can never get them back in. So that moment is gone. So this basically empowers everybody who's sitting there waiting to do the first 80%. And then the used car manager just has to inspect instead of actually doing all of that. And now they can actually lead, develop, recruit, retain their associates, all the things that they should be doing.
And as you mentioned, you envision that we're going to be able to do this also on a mobile basis, because that's been a part of the conversations here at the Roundtable as well. This move to going to the customer's home and being available, for their convenience.
Yes, and there's a couple of things that we can do to integrate into that. We've got some dealers that are doing mobile. They'll leave a paper appraisal, just regardless if they ask for it or not, just to let them know what the vehicle is worth. But we're also putting it on QR codes on the repair order when it's closed, so that they can scan it whenever they would like after the fact. And we're including it in many of our top performing stores on the service appointment reminder. So instead of having a lot of conflicting messaging going out from a sales manager and a service manager, aligning those 2 lines of messaging so that it's one and incorporating. And by the way, if you'd like to know what your vehicle is worth prior to arrival, click here. And that way they know who has a higher level of interest, but you're also not getting a bunch of spam opt-outs in the email folder.
Brilliant. We're talking today to Brian Kramer. He's the Executive Vice President at Cars.com and General Manager at Accu-Trade about an exciting new technology that is available right now for retailers. Brian, as you look out over the horizon over the next several, let's say 5 years, even 10 years, what do you see? What's ahead for us in this space, as we develop it further and as more dealers get on board with Accu-Trade?
So we're working on a way to decentralize Accu-Trade, integrated into an entire integrated platform so that we can match what clients are searching for in that market through the Cars.com platform with the cars that are coming through the service drive, and deliver that to dealerships in a very clear, concise way. Minimize their error by giving them this OBD tool prior to arrival. It's not the It's not as sophisticated as the ones that we have actually in the shop, but it's going to catch 95% of the commonly the things that happen most often. So now we can actually align, did we appraise the car accurately mechanically? And when it came out of the shop, what was the variance? So we can actually start tightening that up. But I say the most impactful piece of it is going to be, it's going to be similar to Zillow in the fact that we're going to enable everybody, not just dealership associates or salespeople or service advisors or technicians that are in a mobile van, but the consumers. It's so simple and so intuitive. It's kind of like an iPhone. You don't get an owner's manual with an iPhone because it just works. It's very similar to that, to where you can send it to a consumer via text, chat, email, and they can appraise their own vehicle.
I personally love how you relate this to other industries with this technology, and that makes a lot of sense. Brian, if our audience wants to reach out and find out more about Accu-Trade and get involved with the platform, what do they do?
They can do a few things. On our social sites for Accu-Trade, you can go to www.accu-trade.com,
Yep.
the cars.com website, or you can email me at bkramer, Kramer, at cars.com.
And that URL is scrolling across the bottom of the screen, everybody. And of course, you know, Brian Kramer is on social media. He's everywhere. And Brian, congratulations. And this is really, really exciting.
I think it's the most exciting time in the history of automotive retail. It's a great time to be in the business.
Brian, on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, thank you for all you do, and excited to hear more and have you back in the future and learn what's happening next with Accu-Trade. Brian Kramer, everybody, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Here with the special announcement is Yaron from UVEye.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. UVEye has been taking the industry by storm. We are very honored today to have Yaron Saghiv, who's the Chief Marketing Officer at UVEye, with us today for a special announcement. Yaron, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Great to be here, Ted. Great to see you.
Well, first of all, my friend, congratulations to you and your team at UVEye. I've met a number of people and a number of dealers who are using your technology. So congratulations on all the success that you are having.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a really good 2022 and looking forward to an even better 2023.
I think you're off to a great start. We got wind that a big announcement has been in the making, and I understand that has just happened. And I'm excited that you can share it with the audience here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our dealers really look to the kind of technology that companies such as yours provide. And, you know, quite frankly, it's very inspiring.
Thank you. Yeah, it's actually been announced yesterday that we are rolling out with CarMax throughout all of their wholesale network. They're one of our strategic investors from last year, but CarMax is the first auction in the United States to fully roll out automatic inspections as part of their wholesale process. And it's very exciting news, both for the auction world, but also for the dealership world, with everything related to used cars and sales. And we're very excited about it, for sure.
That is big news. We've got a short video to show. If you don't mind, let me show that to the audience. And then when I ask you a little bit about the significance of this announcement and the impact it's going to have. So if I may, here we go.
Sure.
I have to confess, I get goosebumps every time I see a car go through the UVEye system. That's just amazing what you have going on.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the speed and the transparency that comes out of it is just spectacular. And as you've seen in the video, basically we are utilizing people's time so much better when all you need to do to completely scan a vehicle and see if anything is wrong with it, and also evidence it for the wholesale platform, is just drive it through within several seconds. So that's essentially it. It's just a much quicker and more efficient way to inspect the car.
Now, this announcement that you've just made in conjunction with CarMax, tell us the significance of that, because I haven't heard of anything like this with an auction at any way.
So throughout 2022, we installed in a lot of dealerships, over 100 from all makes and franchises, and we have very good relationships with Volvo and General Motors, but also somewhere in between there, CarMax invested in us, and we worked very closely together to say, to look and see how we can actually take these automatic inspection devices and technology and actually adapt them to make a much more transparent and better customer experience, whether it's for wholesale and later on retail at the auction world. So as you can see in this joint work, we took our body scanner, our underbody entire devices as a three-piece module. And now when CarMax want to appraise or to merchandise or actually evidence the situation of a vehicle, all they need to do is drive the vehicle through the device, and then within seconds and over 25% of their volume already on wholesale, it's just there waiting on their website. You're able to see the real situation, the real condition of the vehicle below, severe rust, broken parts, missing parts, EV issues, tire situation, uneven wear, expired age, tread which is worn out, and also just to save the time of going with your phone and taking manual pictures of the car. Now we can give you a full 360 solution of all the different angles of the vehicle and just plug it to any website that you need. So that's the significance of this relationship of us understanding what are the needs in the auction and sales world, whether it's appraising or whether it's actually selling, and us providing these solutions to just making it much easier and with a better experience.
And Yaron, you've actually created a new category, 3 words, automated vehicle inspections, that we did not have even just a couple of years ago. That's brand new. And now that's really what everybody needs to aspire to. And you're right, that word you mentioned a couple times now, transparency. This really helps bring transparency to the consumer.
Yeah, it just makes sense. I think that if you look at a place or a company like CarMax, which process vehicles 24/7, they appraise and merchandise and look at vehicles 24/7, one after the other, and to have that same consistency, that same standard and level of each and every vehicle, time and time again, and for the customer, whether it's a dealer at the wholesale network or whether later on maybe in retail when it's a customer, to know what to expect and to be able to see below, and to see the tires and to see around the vehicle in a manner that is high quality and really shows what you need to look at. So being able to provide that in such high volumes and with the transparency that you mentioned, I think that's a big win for everyone.
And you mentioned the customer expectation. It is certainly off the charts these last 2-3 years. But now, Yaron, I think you're setting the new expectation. If a customer goes into a retail dealership, for example, that has the automated inspection from UVEye, there's really no settling now for anything less. A dealer that does not have this type of inspection is going to really be at a disadvantage, if I may.
I mean, I think that dealers know what they're doing. We're just here to enhance it and provide more visual tools in our example, which is based on computer vision and high resolution cameras. I think we are setting a new standard. I think that people are expecting to be able to see themselves the real condition of their vehicle and understand it. And it's like going to the doctor and being spoken to in words that you understand, or seeing it for yourself in an MRI scan that is self-explanatory, right? So I think that that's what we're trying to do, obviously together with our dealership partners and together now with our auction partners at CarMax and others. And yeah, in some way it is setting a new expectancy and a new kind of tool, which if you don't mind, I think really just makes sense.
So a big announcement, everybody, here with UVEye and CarMax on the future of inspections, automated inspections, and working hand in hand. Yaron, you're going to be this week at the NADA. You mentioned an MRI. I've heard several people describe this as an MRI for the vehicle. If our audience is going to be there and wants to meet with UVEye or see the system in action, will you be there as well?
Yeah, we're actually going to have quite a big presence. We have a booth at 6239, which is going to be exciting because on one hand, we're going to have a real full system. So if any dealer out there or any fixed op director has heard about UVEye and wanted to see it firsthand, that's your chance. You can
An
come
actual
and see a system.
UVEye system is going to be on display in action at NADA.
A real full system with the 3 components, exactly like it's installed in many dealerships already across the country, with the much anticipated Atlas Lite, which is the body scanning piece, that arc that you've seen in the video. It's all going to be there in real life size, and you'll be able to touch it, to feel it, to see it. And moreover than that, and you're really welcome, by the way, to head to our website, UVEye.com, and schedule a demo if you guys want to see us in the next few days. But moreover than seeing the system, we're hosting 6 dealer partners at our booth. It's going to be a 2,000 square feet presence. Okay. And one of them is going to be CarMax, but we're going to have 5 big dealership groups that are using UVEye, both for service and for sales. And they're going to tell their story. We call it the UVEye impact. So you'll be able, exactly. So you'll be able to speak to other dealer principals, other general managers, other fixed op directors, service advisors with us at the booth, seeing a video of how they're selling more tires, how they're selling more alignments, how they're presenting underbody issues before the write-up when the customer just drives into the service lane, how they appraise vehicles with it, how they use it for merchandising pictures and just plug it to their website. So we took these 6 case studies and success stories, and we just brought the people with us there, or bringing the people with us there, to tell everyone firsthand how they're experiencing automatic or automated inspection and how they're using it to a better experience for the dealership staff and for their customers.
All right, so everybody, if you're going to be at NADA, visit UVEye. You'll see and hear the UVEye impact, the panel of dealers. You'll hear more about the CarMax, the big CarMax announcement. Yaron will be there from UVEye. If you're not going to NADA, we are going to have here a panel from UVEye with the dealers, and we'll be talking about a lot of the benefits. We had a great panel a couple months back, Yaron, talking about reconditioning, and just hearing and watching some of the reactions of the dealer participants was amazing. Also, Yaron mentioned the website, UVEye.com. You can visit them there as well to learn more. And also scrolling across the bottom, if I may, Yaron, is your email if someone wants to reach out to you personally.
Sure. If anyone wants to reach out, go ahead, please drop me an email, or you can go to our website and get in touch with the team, or of course, come and see us in NADA in the next few days.
All right. Well, my friend, congratulations to you on all the success that UVEye and that you are having.
Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. Big announcement, CarMax and UVEye. Yaron from UVEye here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. Hope to see you all soon.
to the UVEye Comprehensive Vehicle Inspections Panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We have an all-star panel today assembled to discuss comprehensive vehicle inspections. Probably never before than right now in our industry. The panel was assembled by UVEye, leader in the industry in comprehensive vehicle inspections. I'd like to introduce everybody to Jim Boehlein and welcome him back. Jim, welcome back to the conference.
Thank you so much, Ted. Always great to be a part of it.
Jim, thank you for all that you do for the industry. And I'll go around, if that's okay, starting with Kyle. I'll have you just give us a brief introduction. Tell us who you are, and we'll start again with Kyle.
Service director for Hendrick Automotive Group out of Orlando, Florida. Been in the business about 21 years.
Excellent. We're very honored today to have you, Kyle, and honored as well. Fred Fordin is joining the group. Welcome, Fred.
Great to be here again, Ted. Thank you.
Fred, you're known probably for one of the things is the development of that ASR Pro, which is part of the CDK system today. So again, thank you very much for joining us. Honored to have you. Shawn Butler, welcome.
Hey guys, Shawn Butler. I'm with Yaron Auto Group. I'm the fixed operations director for the stores in East Tennessee, and I've been in this business for about 26 years now.
All right, Shawn, welcome. Sir Shon Kingrey, hello.
Mr. Ings, how are you, sir? Thank you for having me again. Shon Kingrey, VP of Fixed Operations for the Kayser Automotive Group in sunny, beautiful Wisconsin.
All right, especially this time of year.
Yes.
And Bill Demaree, welcome.
Hi, thanks, Ted. Great to be here. I am with the Tom Wood Group based out of Indianapolis, Indiana, and I'm here in sunny Indianapolis. Been in business about 37 years.
All right. So a lot of talent here today. Thank you for being here, everybody. Kyle, I want to come to you, get a little bit of the background from you on how you came about to use the UVEye system, how you deploy it at the dealerships, and give us a little bit of color on that, if you don't mind.
Alex, our dealer principal for our organization, was at they were out at a digital dealer. They saw it. Alex reached out to me. I was in the Atlanta area at the time. We reached out to Jim. Jim got us set up with a wholesale dealer. The wholesale dealer walked us through the process of the inspection and everything that the inspection did and what we were looking for the technology for the dealership. Alex looked at me. I looked at Alex. I said, we got to figure out how we can get this to speed up processes and stuff. So with Jim getting us the connection at that Atlanta store to be able to introduce and see the actual stuff firsthand. As soon as you see it, it sells itself. There's nothing about that technology. If you're a dealer right now and you don't have it, you're behind the game. But that's basically how we saw it, how we seen it, what we did, decided, and how we figured it out. Then Jim worked with Alex on getting each store set up with the appropriate amount of lanes. Once it happened, then each store has their service director figure out a process works best for that store. Once we did that, everything else is basically an afterthought. We currently use it, have it, and hopefully we never get rid of it.
Well, you mentioned once you see it. So if you don't mind, Kyle and Jim, I'm going to show a short video on exactly how that UVEye system works. Jim, obviously there's a lot of uses for this system, for this inspection on the service drive. And you have an alliance I see there with General Motors, I think you could speak to as well. But today we'll talk a little bit about how it's used in the inspection process on used vehicles and merchandising, Jim, as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really important part of the conversation. We thought early on service, of course, it's going to be installed there. It's really going to impact every interaction in the service lane potentially. But as we've discussed in other conversations and panel discussions, I spent a lot of time as a used car manager. So being fortunate to be brought in early, essentially employee number 4 for UVEye in the US and built out the go-to-market strategy, a big part of my conversation was trade appraisal, reconditioning, and really speed to inspection. That's sort of a term that we sort of put together over the last year or two. How can we impact speed to inspection, especially on the appraisal side? The clock starts immediately when you take that car in. So it's really an important conversation of how our technology can speed that up for dealers.
I've never heard it being more important than it is right now. Bill Demaree, I understand you've got a UVEye system that's on the way at Tom Wood Automotive Group. Talk to us a little bit about that and maybe how your dealer group has comprehensively inspected vehicles, in terms of time and quality control.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we're really excited to get the system in. It's kind of a new way of looking at vehicles. We have Hunter systems in all of our stores, the drive-through camera systems. So we're kind of used to, I think, the entry part of that inspection. When I saw UVEye at NADA actually last year, I couldn't comprehend how it's taking pictures of the tires. I couldn't figure out how it's measuring the thickness of the paint and the opportunity that we have just on the small recon items as these vehicles are rolling through our service drive. We quickly started meeting with the leadership of our stores. Said, man, this is a used car appraisal tool. This is a blueprinting tool at my large collision center. This is a tool that really, it's endless of what it can do for us. Not only from the liability side of, yeah, those wheels were like that when it came in, to the opportunity to find these nicks and dings and stuff that we just simply don't see as the cars come through. We're pretty excited about this thing rolling in next week.
And, getting these vehicles to market quickly, again, super timely. We've had a lot of discussion at this roundtable from dealers and leaders. Shawn Kingrey at Kayser Automotive Group, how do you today, or how does your group inspect vehicles, and what's the process there?
There's two different sides to that, Ted. There's on let's talk about the service side, the fixed side, the important place that pays the bills. Listen, it's a growing challenge. We know that. As you know, I took over a group that was a little bit challenged on the technology side. And as we're rolling things out with Brooke and X-Time and, Sunbit and everything else that we're doing, and Traver, this is a tool. Listen, it's funny because today, as you and I were speaking earlier, Ted, I'm in the car and I've got my 2 warranty guys now for the group. And I says, listen, if you're not inspecting cars today, you're in trouble tomorrow, guys. We talk about, Ted, we spend a lot of time on your panels talking about EV, okay? We know the maintenance side of the business is going away. It may or may not be in the next 5 or 10 years, but if you're not set for inspections, you're going to fail. There's nothing left to do. Now, let's go to the variable side, the dark side. Guys, the used car market has never been uglier than it is right now. And Fred, inspect through X-Time. I know that's your product and that was your gig. Listen, and I know there was some pre-talk before the panel about used car managers having blinders on. Oh, that wasn't there before, or I didn't see that. Listen, this takes all the question out of it. It really, really does. And to the body shop, the collision center side of it, where I have 3 and we're going to open hopefully 2 more here very soon. I think the collision center side of this is a monster because you're already there. You're already fixing the car. What's it takes to fix that other? It's an upsell opportunity. I mean, the inspect side of it on variable or fixed, whatever side you want to go, I think it's endless. I think could be a home run. And again, I know that there's product line issues. There's issues trying to get some product, but you get this rolled out, you get the integration done well. Guys, this is a no-brainer next step.
And Shawn, I just met with a dealer, 3 stores, and talking to UVEye, and they want to put it not on the service drive, but in their reconditioning, in their recon center. He said that's the place we can go because we can split that cost among the stores, and that will affect all of our dealerships. So he said that's the low-hanging fruit and the place to initially install the system, Shawn.
And Ted, I'm a big fan. I'm a big proponent of centralized recon centers, by the way, for dealerships. Get that used car out of the dealership. Let the service drive take on more customer pay work. Stop saying no, by the way. I hate to say no. Listen, you put this in a recon center, now you can inspect the car. It's again, like I said, 7 stores, 8 stores, or 25 stores, like where I came from. You split that cost over that. There's no cost to sense. And again, you're going to upsell. Your ROI on that is a no-brainer. It's very quick.
Fred, you've seen over many years a lot of technology come and go. Fred, I don't recall something like this that really changes the game of inspecting vehicles.
Yeah, that's a very fair statement, Ted. Having been, I don't know what term you want to call it, having been one of the founders of the electronic inspection industry, if this technology was available 20, 25 years ago when I was building, it would have been a whole different world. And this has so many facets to it. It's not just let's make sure technicians are doing a good inspection, or let's make sure that the lane is doing what they're supposed to do. I've been working with a company called Integrated Auction Solutions, and the guys there, they're very, very innovative. They're trying to change the way used car appraisals are done. And one of the big things there is, while the customer is standing there, can we get real-time valuation right there on the phone in the moment? And if the vehicle has already gone through UVEye and that data is just automatically integrated into the product that they're building, it instantly changes the game, because while my customer's standing there, while I'm walking around, I'm already looking at the values of those vehicles and what my real opportunity is with this customer. So yeah, it's enormous.
And Fred, the other word that comes to mind is the word consistency, because as human beings, we're not always consistent in how we do things or how we look at things, if we look at things, but this gives consistency using technology, which again, I have not seen before in the industry.
That's fair. And one of the funny, maybe it's not funny, but perhaps the most talented people we have on the dark side, as Shawn put it, are the used car guys, right? Because they don't get to have the consistency of, here's the invoice for this brand new X, and every one of them are going to be the same. They don't have that capability. Every car is different. Every MSRP is different. And the problem is, no two guys appraise a car exactly the same way. And so if you can build that consistency, if you can offer a solution like this where, hey, you no longer have to be able to read a paint meter, you don't have to remember to have it in your pocket. All of the things that go with it, it changes the game, no doubt.
Shawn Butler, you lead quite a few stores there, Umansky. What are your thoughts on the retail use for this?
Oh, I can definitely see where it would improve and make the process consistent for evaluating the cars, right? So if you have, say, our Honda store over in Bristol, they sell almost 100 used cars a month. So that probably means that they appraise 120 or 130. So therefore it would speed and it would make the process, because at 7 o'clock at night when it's dark over here in the mountains this time of year, are you looking under the car to see if it's got oil leaks? Can you see if it's got the damage to the exterior? And how about saving on your reconditioning costs if you already can kind of know up front the exteriors, the wheels, the tires? You can see if the brake rotors are grooved up through the wheels. There's a lot of advantages to a product like this, just in an overall operational cost.
Yeah, I agree. Kyle, let me come back to you because you're using the platform, the technology right now. What are some of the benefits that you've seen, in terms of, not just the dollars, but also on the customer side, the customer experience and, getting that vehicle to market a little bit quicker as well?
The customer experience, as soon as they come across the service drive, they're like, wow, what is this? And then that opens it up for the advisor to tell the customer, hey, this is inspection. We're consistent. We're transparent. We have kiosks set up at the end of our service drive. So my service advisors walk the customer over there, show them the inspection, send it to them in a text message so they have that. Literally, the system itself is the most transparent you can be. You're literally showing them in real time tire DOTs, if the tire's expired, if the vehicle's got oil leaks. My used car department runs every trade through. So everybody knows a used car manager walks around a car. If it's shiny, if it's got good paint, they're going to put a good price. We know with Corvettes and Highline vehicles that if tires go bad, it's expensive. Vehicles got oil leaks, it's expensive. So this is a really good tool for the sales manager, the used car manager, the salesman to negotiate that price, where a customer left another dealer due to the trade value, and then we're bringing them back down to earth. They wanted $40,000 for that Corvette. We know we got tires, we got oil leaks, the vehicle needs brakes. So we can realign that customer. We can then close that deal that the dealer did down the street that gave them a really bad price, but didn't really explain it. It was just basically, hey, the vehicle's worth $40,000. That's where we're at. We're here. We can be transparent. We can show them everything. We can literally show them the tire tread, the oil leak, and then there's an opportunity there to mine every service customer that comes through. So every car that we write up goes through. So the used car manager is low on inventory. He can go through and he can actually mine all these used cars that are literally in service. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm on the fixed side. I want to fix cars and make money. But if they're selling more, I'm getting more opportunity. I'm going to be able to recondition it, and it's just going to be turning that money.
Jim, you got a unique perspective because of your, deep experience on the retail side. Talk to us a little bit about that reconditioning opportunity and, how the comprehensive inspection, can be used there, and the speed that you and I discussed before we got started today.
Yeah, again, speed to inspection is so critical to the acquisition, the trade appraisal process. So many really smart points from everyone in the panel. For me, when you start talking about how we impact that process, I think it's very similar to, if I could make the comparison, vAuto. So I was very lucky to work at a dealership that was an early adopter of vAuto. And the reason why it was so revolutionary is it brought fresh data to a decision that largely was based on my gut, right? I walk around it, I touch it, I feel it, like we were talking about, right? It's shiny, it's clean, it's worth $8,000. Is it not? There was really no way to document that, right? With vAuto, it gave you all this data, market data, to really make smart, data-driven decisions. I feel like we are as disruptive as they were when they first came into the market, because we provide inspection data to go along with that market data. So now every decision you make in terms of acquiring a vehicle can be a really smart, data-driven decision on, like Kyle's example, putting $40,000 in that car. Why is it worth $40,000? Mr. Customer, here's why. Here's a report. It's very dynamic. Here's the images. Here's the tires, the underbody. It just provides so much information in real time that it really can impact that speed to inspection process. And, what I hated as a used car manager was the hope strategy, right? I took it in. I didn't really walk around it that well. I was working 10 deals. It was a Saturday. We were busy. I touched it. I walked around it. I had the sales guy drive it. I put a number on it. I make the deal. And then I hoped, right? I hoped that Kyle didn't call me, or Shawn didn't call me and say, or Bill, or whatever the example is. I hope that they didn't call me 3 days later or 2 days later and said, oh man, you got to come back and take a look at this. It's got this, it's got that, it's got a leak. Our technology provides dealers the ability to put every trade essentially on a lift in 10 seconds in real time. Wow. So I just feel like we're really impactful in terms of the inspection data we provide in real time to make really good decisions about the vehicle you're taking in.
Bill, over at Tom Wood Automotive Group, you've got a lot of rooftops, a lot of dealerships. I can't imagine the number of used vehicles that you retail on a monthly basis. But talk to us a little bit about that reconditioning opportunity and perhaps how that may be deployed at your group.
Yeah, it's definitely front and center of attention for 2023. We watched it really close in 2022. Put a lot of pressure on the fixed ops as our group. We have to stand tall right now, and the number one focus we have is throughput of our used cars. So to finally start seeing UVEye come alive in one of my stores is really exciting. I already have a few other stores anxious to get over and see that timeline, because like Jim said, if you look at the time it takes to check a used vehicle, and we have no idea what it needs. By the time it gets off the back lot, gets into the shop, that might be a couple days. And then we look it over, and then we send the ASR inspection, and we send it to the used car manager. And then we got to wait on always at the auction. We have to wait on a lot of things where we're going to drive this thing through a UVEye and have a printout like now in front of us. We can make quick decisions without waiting. We know, as Kyle said, we know it needs tires. We know it has an oil leak. We know it needs, all these different things. The wheels are chipped. Do you want the paint taken care of? Oh, your tires are expired. Let's go ahead and get this stuff pre-approved. Let's go ahead and get these things ordered and coming in before the car ever hits into the shop. This is a true game changer of turning up in the speed of the UCI. We know the used cars, the evaluations. We know the watermark. It's fluctuating by the minute, and we don't have time to park the car in the back lot for days and weeks waiting to come in the shop. And we have a technology like this, so we're quite excited about it. And again, I mentioned earlier, think about a blueprinting in a collision center. We have a very large collision center, and I timed it. It's 40 minutes. The car comes in. By the time you're continuing a conversation as they're walking and they're circling and they're pointing out what they might or might not see on a vehicle, that how many seconds is that, Jim? If we drive this through a collision, it blueprints itself. We don't have to have that conversation. We have a printout and a blueprint. So the number one thing we're going to do is blueprint a vehicle, drive it down to our Lexus store and UVEye and see what the difference is. I think it's going to be startling.
Awesome.
Jim, somebody made the comment that it's sort of like an MRI, right, for the vehicle. And that's probably a pretty good analogy, Jim.
Yeah, it's a great way to describe it high level. We can inspect what we can see. We capture it automatically, which I think, when you start talking about consistency is a term that was mentioned earlier. Consistent, accurate, fast, just providing a ton of vehicle inspection data in real time. Something that was mentioned earlier too that I think is really important to touch on is client experience. Spending 20 years in the dealership world, managing at different levels, if you can impact granularly at the customer survey level, I think what you're doing is really impactful. And we've been really, really excited to see that actually unfold at some stores. I believe Kyle's even seen some of those examples where customers have come to their dealerships, they've had a great service experience. That experience included UVEye, and then they've gone ahead and added that to their customer survey, talking about this really cool technology they've driven through. For me, spending my whole life in automotive, like to see those texts coming through from Kyle and some of our other dealers, that really validates how we can impact on the client experience side as well.
Well, Kyle, talk to us about that and, some of the things that you've seen and that Jim's mentioning here.
Well, one of the biggest things we see, like I said, is the wow factor. A customer comes through, it's like you've seen the video. It's something you've never seen before. Like I said, here we went through a $4.5 million build. We had an option to go with Hunter or UVEye. We went with UVEye. UVEye, just the customer experience, the transparency. The customer, the consumer sees the product. It's nothing to hide. They have access to the link themselves. We send them the link. They can go in our waiting room and sit there. When the survey comes in and it says, was the vehicle inspected? We're top boxing that because every vehicle comes through gets inspected on our sales side and on our service side. So that customer sees that, hey, this dealer is actually investing in technology and they're wanting to be transparent because everybody knows, hey, it's the shady dealer. They're going to tell me I got an oil leak, they got this, they got that. We're able to take out that portion of the business and just focus on them and say, hey, look, this is what we got. Before we even get it to a lift and put it in the air, you already got an inspection. It's a time saver. Literally, like on the sales side, as Jim said, used car manager is working 8-9 deals. He's got one appraiser. He's going out. He can literally sit at his desk, continue to do it, work the deals with the bank, and then he's got all the inspections there. So he can basically look at it real quick, go through it, put down a number, give it to the salesman. The salesman can go out and explain to the customer why the trade value is what it is. It's literally a time saver. It's a transparency. It's consistent every time. You can go back into archives and you can see the customer comes in this month and then tries to come back in next month to get a different appraisal, the used car manager can go in and actually see the data that, okay, they did get tires put on it. So that trade is worth a little bit more. Like I said, it's consistency, it's transparency. And that's what our business has lacked years after years, is the bad dealer, the no transparency, no consistency. One guy says one thing, puts a different price on it. So it gets rid of the games. We're literally, it's black and white. Here's your inspection here. You can have a copy of it. We're not hiding anything from you. This is what market value is. This is what the turnaround time is. And we can start that process and service of getting tires ordered as soon as the deal is funded. You can literally get the process rolling.
Shawn Kingrey, you've been on a number of panels here at the Roundtable. This time and on previous occasions, we're hearing that T word, transparency, Shawn Kingrey, a lot.
You know, it's funny, Ted, as I was sitting here thinking, going through this in my head, and I'm a firm believer in process. Everybody knows that, I think. You know, and I put processes in place, and this goes back to what, I'm going to tie 2 things into what Jim said. If for our data market was 14 days when I got here. That doesn't work, guys, or it just doesn't work. And by the way, the used car manager isn't going to approve anything. He's no different than a customer that you bring the inspection to at the cashier window. The cars, it's too late. You missed the window, okay? So what I do is I put a process in place that if we go beyond 5 days, I cut the bill in half, and everybody takes a bite of that. The service writers, the techs, and the parts department. Magically, my used car volume, my used car RO goes up because now the used car manager is happier by data market. The other thing I like about this, guys, looking at the sales side and trying to be, transparent on both sides. What's a customer doing before they come in? They're looking at the car online before they ever come in. Yeah. You have these pictures. I guarantee your competitor doesn't. You don't have this digital inspection, not something that's pencil whipped. It's the car. It's the underneath of the car. Listen, you trade for it. You come in and needs tires, drive it through again. Now you have the new pictures. And Jim mentioned VisionAST. You integrate these pictures into VisionAST that's pushed online. The biggest obstacle this group had, believe it or not, wasn't the used car department. It was photos. And whatever recon tool you're using, and we all know there's a couple of them out there. And Ted, some are on your roundtables. Guys, whatever recon tool you're using, the days to market, you got to find out where your roadblocks are. You got to remove it. This removes a huge roadblock.
Yeah, it removes all the bottlenecks. Fred, it's interesting, Fred, to hear all these people from retail, leaders in retail, talking about this one technology and, again, how it's a game changer.
Yeah, I think, Kyle said something that's really, really key here. Guys, if we look at the industry, we came out, ASR Pro and MPI Edge came out roughly 20 years ago. I hate to date myself that much, but and if we look at the industry today, we've got 16, 17,000 new car dealers, and only half of them are utilizing this technology by somebody's brand, right? It's taken us this long to get dealers awake and aware that there's a technology that has your people do a better job, has your customers look at you differently, gets you better CSI scores. So I just hope where this technology now with UVEye is concerned, I hope we don't have the same time to market. Our problem with our used car inventory is UVEye's problem with auto dealers, right? We've got to make sure that the education in this is so valuable and so worthwhile that
good point.
Nobody wants their competitors to have it, but if we're going to get customers to stop looking at us as, to Kyle's words, the dirty car dealer, this is one of the ways we do that.
Shawn Butler, Fred's mentioning a couple things like the MPI, and today, Shawn Butler, that's an expectation, right? That we're going to have an MPI for the customer and that they're going to receive it. In fact, something would be wrong, right, if they didn't receive that MPI. And now it's fully anticipated to be part of the process. Shawn, talk to us about some of your thoughts.
Well, so I was along the lines with Shawn Kingrey. I was thinking about tying it into how quickly can you put the pictures online, which is obviously a lot of websites have cars online that haven't even been through the shop yet, right? They're trying to get hits on them, see the interest. So definitely that piece. But more importantly, how important is the video MPI becoming? More and more shops are adding video MPIs. right? Goes hand in hand with that. You're getting that video up front. So you're setting the expectation. So now you're advancing the technology. The technician sends over his video MPI. It goes right hand in hand, follows right back with that, which is a more in-depth, right? But they're just 1-2. It's a 1-2 punch. You're fully transparent. Nobody's hiding anything. And I totally love the concept of this and the time to market. You know, much like Mr. Kingrey, we had issues with being 8 to 12 days, and now we're down to like 4.7. Could we even get that another 2 days out of this using this product? Yeah. It's conceivable.
Yeah. I just had a dealer on here with a number of rooftops selling, I believe he several hundred used vehicles a month. And, you know, when you do the math on it, and it's just a no-brainer. Jim, I'll give you the last word. Bring it home. You know, what do you see for the year ahead here in 2023? A lot of folks are excited about using the platform, and all yours, Jim.
Well, yeah, again, appreciate this awesome conversation. So much to talk about, so many great, smart points being made. Shawn touched on something that I think is really important to sort of wrap up with. One of our pieces of technology, Atlas Light, Bill, I think will have one hopefully next week, I think is the time frame. I know Kyle, his Nashville, actually Kennesaw, Georgia store has one as well. The reason I bring that up is that piece of equipment is built to capture merchandising photos. So when you start to talk about speed to inspection and pair that with speed to market, now you're able to drive through Atlas Light and have merchandising quality photos that we're capturing that you can just grab, click, and drop into Vauto. Now that car, we're essentially automating a lot of that merchandising process. So that's something we're really excited to continue to develop in 2023. We grew that technology, that capability in 22. We tweaked it. It's ready to go. It looks great. Actually, their Kennesaw store is actually using the photos, especially on the new car side. My gosh, how many new cars aren't photoed, right? Even on the used car side, I used to hate that when my Vauto performance manager would come in and said, hey, you got 26 cars that aren't photoed. Now you could take a brand new vehicle off that truck, pull the plastic, run it through the car wash, drive it through Atlas Light. Now the car's merchandised, and then you can get it, you know, to your normal new car prep or whatever your process might be. So we really have the ability to speed that time to market through Atlas Light. It's just, we're excited. 2023 is set up to be a really big year for us. We're excited to have partners like Kyle and Carl Black, Bill, and the Tom Wood Group, and we're looking to expand that. Our partnership with General Motors is really, really developed. We have a retail partnership with them and some really exciting things coming around NADA. So just looking to continue to grow that.
Jim, are you going to be at NADA end of the week?
Yeah, really excited. I'm actually going to be in the General Motors booth.
Okay.
Part of our retail partnership is they're bringing us in to be a part of their booth. So we'll have a UVEye set up at our own booth, which will be the first time we've ever had a full system on display. Okay. We're also going to have something set up in the GM booth. So yeah, I'll be there, and I'm really excited to meet everyone, see everyone.
Jim, for those in the audience who are not going to NADA, how do they reach out to you? I see the UVEye website is on here, and I see an email as well.
Yeah, I mean, my email is the easiest way to get a hold of me. Jim.b@uvei.com. I'm the regional sales director, so I'm all over the country, actually in Chicago today, meeting with dealers. So yeah, reach out, and we have a ton of information, great partnerships, and love to hook you up with Kyle or Bill to have conversations about how the process has gone.
All right, we'll leave it there. I want to thank Kyle Cloud. Thank you so much for being with us today from the Carl Black Automotive Group. Fred Fordin, one of the great leaders in our industry, Shawn Butler, Shawn Kingrey, Sir Shawn Kingrey, and Bill Demaree from Tom Wood Automotive Group. Jim Boehlein from UVEye, thank you for all you do for the industry. And the Comprehensive Vehicle Inspections Panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hello, my name is Julie Douglas, President of Dealer Pay. For more than 20 years, we've been working exclusively with dealers to process electronic transactions. We've developed a dealer-specific payments and point-of-sale solution designed to help dealers be more profitable, productive, and successful. The reason our solutions have been proven effective is that we understand the dynamics of accepting payments in each department and can offer customized solutions that guarantees to exceed your expectations. Our point-of-sale solutions provide customers with more multiple ways to pay. With a strong emphasis on both security and modern technology, we cover all aspects of the purchase and the last experience your customer has in the dealership. It's important to us that your customers are satisfied and your dealership is properly funded for every sales transaction. We are advocates for dealers and recommended in the industry. Let us help you get set up with a seamless transition. Contact me directly. Julie Douglas, Dealer Pay. Fast, organized, secure.
Howdy, partners. Grab your phones out of your saddlebag and vote for the Best Practice Awards by scanning the QR code on your screen. The Best Practice Awards will be announced at the end of day 4. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to vote for the 5 speakers or panelists whom you think are the best and brightest speakers on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And don't forget, you can only vote once. Let's learn how to take your reconditioning process beyond good enough with ReconTRAC.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We'd like to introduce the conference now to Kirk Firmin, who is the Fixed Operations Director at Florence Toyota in Florence, South Carolina. And his organization utilizes a connected reconditioning system that is part of their larger DMS. Kirk, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Well, thank you very much, Ted. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much as well. And we've heard a lot about you. And the title of this segment is Taking Your Reconditioning Process Beyond Good Enough. And a lot of folks just have good enough. And, you know, it's interesting. You and I were chatting before we got started. You've been in the business a long time. It's in your blood, right? And
yes, it is.
I'm sure, Kirk, you've seen a lot of different ways to manage recon. Tell me about what your reconditioning process looked like before you wanted to make a change.
Well, before this, we had a digital reconditioning process that we were using, but what it was lacking was the instant communication between all of the departments. What we found was things would get lost, things would fall through the cracks. And when you're dealing with as many vehicles as what we're dealing with, and we spoke before we started, you know, we did 480 total used cars between the 4 rooftops that we have last month.
Wow.
It can become very dangerous to lose one of these cars. It's very expensive, especially in today's marketplace.
And that communication is a big part of it. And you're right. The market is changing rapidly. And, you know, I've never seen such a focus at a Fixed Ops Roundtable as there is right now on recon. What about the process was important to change? Was it just the communication, or is there more to it?
There was more to it. The integration to our DMS, the ability for the technicians to communicate directly with a sales manager, or a technician to communicate directly with a parts person. You know, all of that really tied into our choice of systems that we wanted to use. Reynolds has been such a great partner with us. When they came out with this and they presented it to us, it really filled the need that we had to be able to take our reconditioning processes to the next level.
And Kirk, you're not exactly new to Reynolds. You and I were chatting just before.
Yes.
You've been how long with Reynolds in your career?
Well, I've been 33 and a half years that I've been doing this officially. And 33 of those 33 and a half years have been on Reynolds.
Wow.
So it's a system I'm very familiar with, I'm very comfortable with, but I also truly believe it's one of the most powerful DMS systems that's out there right now.
And I believe you're right. That integration piece is very important. You know, we hear a lot at the I hear a lot at the Fixed Ops Roundtable from leaders at the retail level who say that their recon process it's working well enough, Kirk, right? It's you know, what is your process? Well, I manage the process. I don't need any type of software. How did you evaluate where you were looking for in a new reconditioning management solution?
we looked at what our processes were, how well they were helping us to achieve our turn rates and our goals. And they were adequate. They were good enough for what we were doing. And I don't think we really specifically went out to find a better product. We didn't know that we could do it better than what we were. So when Reynolds approached us and showed us this new product that they had, and they rolled the demos for us, we had a lot of conversations. And as a management team, we decided, you know what, we think we can be better than what we were. And it's like you said, good enough in today's market is not good enough. You have to be faster on your turn rate. You've got to be able to get the cars out of the used car building and back onto the lot as fast as possible. Like we talked about before the segment started, we're giving offers to street purchases. People are sitting on those offers for a day or two, and then they come back and want to accept them. Sales reruns the numbers, and the car's depreciated $2,000 in 48 hours. And you think about that. We talked about the numbers of 500 plus used cars, and suddenly they drop $2,000 overnight. That's a very large chunk of money. So it's my job in fixed operations to ensure that the owner's investment in these used cars gets turned as fast as possible, and that we're able to put a good quality product out. What ReconTRAC gives us is the ability to really be able to communicate about what's going on with these vehicles. So we know where they're at. We've coupled their program with a morning production meeting that we do. And this is how important it is to our organization. We have a morning production meeting with the owner of the company that we talk about every used car that's in that process, just to ensure that it doesn't get dropped or lost during the reconditioning process.
And you've mentioned that communication between technicians, used car manager as being super important. So you've got a very high, with the amount of pre-owned vehicles you've got between the multiple rooftops, that's recon is that a priority, I would imagine, in what you're doing?
Very much a priority, yes. And the wonderful thing about this program, Ted, is we do a trade walk, which a lot of the better run dealerships do in the morning. So they take all the salespeople out and do a trade walk. The used car manager has the ability to push those used cars over to service to alert my service advisor that it's ready to be written and brought into the shop as soon as he is done walking that individual car. So he can pull up an app on his phone and push those cars over instantly. It also gives them the ability, if they're offsite, or they're tied up, or they're at lunch, or whatever else is going on, that they can see the messages coming through ReconTRAC through their phone, and they're able to authorize that repair. So we're not waiting 2-3 hours because they're tied up in sales meetings or they've been dealing with customers. And we have a lot of eyes on this. The platform is very visible to everybody that's using it. So you can pull up and you can see every car that's waiting for approval. So I can see what's waiting for approval. The general manager can see what's waiting for approval. The new car sales manager, the used car sales manager, finance, whoever we put into the system can see, hey, these cars are waiting for approval. We need to get moving on them. Or these cars are waiting for parts. They're in parts hold. What's going on with the parts? Can we source from someplace else? It's really broadened what we're able to do to be able to turn these cars a lot faster.
So you've got it at top of mind. And as you mentioned in the beginning, if just one slips through the cracks, there's a lot less of a chance of something slipping through the cracks with this kind of information.
That's correct, Ted. We're really able to keep track of exactly where every vehicle is, where it's at in the repair process. If we see any holdups, if we notice that, suddenly in detail, they're showing 14, 15 cars. We need to get those cars out. What's the tie up back there? Do we not have enough personnel? Do we need to shift resources? Do we need to bring in an outside detail company to help us get caught up? And the same thing in the reconditioning process. I have a dedicated used car staff, but if they've all got cars in their bays, what do? We're able to see that. We're able to see how many cars are in a repair process, and we're able to reallocate those to other areas where we have available resources to be able to take care of them.
Go back to something you just said a little while ago.
Sure.
You mentioned how quick the market is changing. A customer can come in for an evaluation and then think and sleep on it for a couple nights, and then that market has dramatically changed a couple days later. How are you handling market turns like that? How are you, with the amount of inventory that you've got coming and going? How do you do that?
The main piece that I have from the fixed operations point of view is getting them through the recon process as fast as I possibly can. That's really the greatest thing that fixed operations has to be able to help support the dealership in this used car business is getting that inventory turned, getting it repaired as fast as possible, and giving them a marketable product back onto the lot. And when we started with ReconTRAC, we were averaging about 6.1 days, and that's through the entire process until it was frontline ready. We're down to 4.1 right now, and it really would be probably another day lower than that if it wasn't for some very specific manufacturer back order parts issues with that we just weren't able to source from other places. So those cars just kind of got stuck there. But it's really helped us improve that turn rate dramatically, which in turn is giving sales, allowing them to be in a better position to get top dollar for that car. I think everybody uses vAuto. Of course, I'm in the back end. I don't use it a lot, but I do know the product well enough to know that everything's in buckets. And you have your 7-day bucket. That first 7 days is where you're going to make the most money on that car. And the next 7 days, you're going to reduce the price. And the next 7 days, until you get to your 60 or 90-day term, and you end up having to send it to auction. So our goal is to get that car to them within that, about the middle of that 7-day bucket. So hopefully they have 2 or 3 days that they've got it on the front line and they're getting top dollar for that vehicle.
You mentioned just now that you were at, I believe you said 6.1 days, and you've lowered that dramatically. Kirk, there are a lot of retailers who say, you know what, 6.1 is not all that bad. I mean, you already were really good, and now, you're headed to great.
Well, 6.1 isn't until you go back to what we talked about a few minutes ago, and you look at a car that depreciates $2,000 in 48 hours, then 6.1 doesn't sound that great. It sounds like it's starting to get expensive.
Yeah. How about the connected part of the process? Why is it important, Kirk, to have a connected recon process with the rest of your DMS? Why is that top of mind?
It really helps things flow so much more seamless. So they take their starter pictures in vAuto, and that's really what starts the whole process. vAuto kind of preloads them back into ReconTRAC as a pending vehicle. They're able to do their trade walk. They push the cars. As soon as they push it over to the service department, my used car service advisor sees the alert that she has vehicles that need to be written. She can go in. We've already got all of the op codes are preloaded. So she's able to go in and pick, I need this certification level. I need this and this done to it as the initial checkout. She sends it over to the DMS. The technician gets it before he even has the RO. He's got an alert that that car's ready to be worked on. And the repair order is going to document everything that we needed it to document. She doesn't have to go out and find the vent. She doesn't have to go out and find the mileage. She hasn't left her desk yet, and already we're prepared to start working on the vehicle. It just really, it's so much more fluid, which allows us to be that much more efficient in what we're doing.
Everybody, we're talking today to Kirk Firmin, who is the Fixed Operations Director at Florence Toyota in Florence, South Carolina. Kirk, last question for today. Here we are, end of January, almost a month into the year already, looking into your crystal ball, looking ahead into 2023. How would you recommend our audience? How are you going to be approaching reconditioning? And what would your advice be to the dealers and managers and your peers who are watching, your advice for the rest of the year?
Well, I've grown up. We didn't talk about my background in terms of makes, but I've grown up primarily with Toyota. And Toyota really believes in constant improvement. So when we started the segment, we talked about it being good enough. But our philosophy is it's never good enough. It can always be improved on, and the more we're able to improve on this, the better we get at being able to get these vehicles through producing a quality product for the used car department, the better our dealership is going to be and the more profitable it's going to be. So if I have another store down the street from me that is in the used car market and they buy the exact same car, and I'm able to get that car out in 3 days and it takes him 6 days, I have a much better chance of being able to sell that vehicle at a much higher profit. Now, that is so important, not just for the viability of fixed operations, but I also believe from my seat, part of my responsibility is being able to support my entire sales staff, for them to be able to make a living and for them to be able to support their families. And if they don't have the product up front to be able to do that, then they're going to suffer. At Florence Toyota, we consider this to be one big family. And we're fortunate that we have great communication. And this has just added to that great communication, that we're not compartmentalized. We're an open dealership and we're all able to speak to each other. And now we have this great product that we're able to enhance that communication.
Wow. Kirk, well said.
Thank you.
Everybody, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I want to thank Kirk Firmin, taking your reconditioning process beyond good enough. All right. For more information, you can visit ReconTRAC.com, ReconTRAC.com. Kirk, congratulations to you on all your success. Looking forward to a wonderful 2023. And thank you so much for your time today.
Well, you too, Ted. I sure do appreciate your insight and your conversations on this.
Kirk Firmin, everybody, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hi, I'm Greg Euland, and today I get to sit down with Chris Little, the Vice President of Variable Operations at Hendrick Automotive Group. Chris, thanks so much for sitting down and talking.
Yeah, looking forward to it, Greg. Thanks a lot.
Chris, we've had quite a partnership over the years, and we're very proud to be able to continue to expand that partnership through our reconditioning software called ReconTRAC. How did you come to the conclusion that using software to automate a lot of this was the right answer? How did you get there?
I got really tired of hearing people tell me when I say, how long does it take to get cars to the front line? And they go about 5 or 6 days. That tells me I don't know. And, that means 10 days, really. If you put it, and then we would do trials where we just put a grease pencil on the window, the date it was taken in, the time it was taken in, and that stayed on that car until it was brought to the used car manager and fully done. And it was astounding that, some of these were 7, 8, 9 days. And we're thinking, industry, our best, what we want to be is 3 days or less. That's our goal at Hendrick Automotive Group, to be there.
What led you to ReconTRAC specifically? Why did you decide to go that route versus another?
100% decision was the integration. We think it's a valuable tool to have everything talk as one. And if we can do that, then that will define where the leaks come from. And nobody can hide behind that stuff. So that really helped us make our decision as being 100% integrated.
To kind of put a bow on this, if a dealership were to come to you and they said, we're thinking about installing this product called ReconTRAC. We have a little bit of an issue in recon and we want to speed it up. What's your advice? What's your perspective?
I really think you got to be able to measure it to manage it. And that's what the tool really will help you. So if you're really going to get serious about and you really want to increase your gross profit, I would say that you ought to buy a ReconTRAC software to be able to come in and help you manage this process. Once it gets put in and the processes are set, it kind of manages itself. Everybody knows what they got to do. And I'll promise you'll get really good results out of it.
Chris Little, Vice President of Variable Operations at Hendrick Automotive Group. Thank you very much for your perspective and for taking the time to talk today.
Hey, it's been a pleasure. Thanks again for everything y'all do to help us get better.
Absolutely. We'll talk to you later.
Giddy up, partner, and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Wild West event.
Grab your calendars. Up next, we've got the year ahead for your BDC panel with Sarah Vantine and a corral of retail leaders.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Sarah Vantine of Quantum 5 has assembled an all-star panel to share with us their thoughts on going into the year ahead for your BDC. And I want to welcome Sarah back to the event. Sarah, welcome back to the conference.
Ted, thank you so much for having me. This is going to be an amazing panel. I'm so excited to ask everybody some amazing questions and get their feedback about my favorite topic, BDC.
Yes, I see a lot of familiar faces. There are some new faces. So what I will do, Sarah, I will step aside. I'll see you towards the end, and I'll let you handle the introductions, and I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you, Ted. Well, everybody, I would like to just first and foremost, thank you so much for being part of this panel today. I will go around the screen starting with Bill. If y'all will just introduce yourselves to the Fixed Ops community and let them know a little bit about what you do and what your role is.
Hi, thanks, Sarah. Yes, I'm William Demaree. I'm with the Tom Wood Auto Group based out of Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm the group's director of fixed operations, and I have the opportunity to oversee about 25 or so different business entities that we operate, even outside the automotive. So it keeps me busy. It's a lot of fun.
I'm Brian Massoll. I'm in Naples, Florida. I'm a managing partner of 4 new car franchises in Naples: Audi Naples, Volkswagen of Naples, Naples Acura, and Naples Infiniti. And a large part of my day is dedicated to the success of our fixed operations department.
My next, Sarah?
Yes, go right ahead, Andy.
Fantastic. My name is Andrew Wright. I'm the managing partner of the VinArt dealerships here in Allentown, Pennsylvania, about an hour north of Philadelphia, an hour west of New York City. We have 5 franchise locations with Acura, Honda, Hyundai, Mercedes-Benz, and Porsche franchises. And we also operate the area's largest collision center. Very fixed ops oriented, and very happy to be here to talk about this important topic. So thank you for having me.
I'm Nikki Risley. I'm the Chief Operations Officer here at Daytona Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, Maserati, Alfa Romeo of Daytona. Most of my background is in fixed ops. I grew up really in the business. I started as a receptionist, cashier, service advisor, parts manager, service director, fixed ops director, and now I left the automotive business for about 3 years, missed it the entire time, had my second child, and then decided to come back. So definitely fixed ops oriented. That's where my expertise is. And I'm also currently trying to learn the front end of the business as well. So I'm excited to be here. I love talking about fixed ops. And Sarah is a wonderful partner. So I'm excited to be here and brainstorm and talk about what we love. Thanks for having me.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Martin. I'm the Service BDC Manager for Scott Clark Toyota, Honda, and Nissan in Charlotte and the Matthews area. I have been working in BDC for about almost 7 years now and slowly worked my way up. And Sarah was my former boss, and she's my mentor now. I'm very excited to be here.
Well, again, thank you all for being here today. This is so exciting to get to pick the brains of some of the best in the business when it comes to BDC. So with that, I want to go ahead and kick it to this wonderful panel and start asking some questions. And hopefully the dealers that are listening here today, y'all can pick up some great tidbits to apply to your organization as well. So first and foremost, my first question to the group, 2022 was a record year at many dealerships across the country. And thinking of that, what was your BDC's biggest accomplishment in 2022? First, I think I'll kick this question to Andy first.
Well, thank you, Sarah. We had quite a few accomplishments that we were very proud of in 2022. But on the service side, I was probably most proud of our team's effort in the outbound campaigning that we did. So much of what we've done historically, so much of the success that we've enjoyed has been the direct result of the way we've treated our customers. It's kept them coming back, the amount of repeat business. Obviously, that's always great to see. That's what we all strive to achieve. But that there's still a very large pool of clients that are out there, whether those are people that bought a car from us and didn't come back to see us yet. Perhaps they're new to the area, they're new to the brand, they bought a used car elsewhere. And using some of the resources we have with some of our data partners and some of our OEM partners, we really put together what I think were some outstanding outbound campaigns using a combination of outbound telephone calls, some AI, some text messaging, and as well as some social outreach. And that resulted in record outbound campaigning for us that yielded results that we were very proud of. So it was a record year for fixed operations for the company. I'm very proud to say that.
Excellent, Andy. And you touched on such an important point, which is really the outbound generation, right? And making sure that you're reaching out to your customers and farming that relationship and keeping front and center in their retention experience. And I want to turn that same exact question to you, Brian, because I know your organization does an incredible job with your BDC. So what was your BDC's biggest accomplishment in 2022?
Yeah, thanks for the question. 2022 had its share of challenges for us in a variety of ways. I think, with that is also what some of our highlights stemmed from. We were the unlucky recipients of Hurricane Ian in September, and our market, Naples and Fort Myers, Southwest Florida, was impacted significantly. We rapidly developed a protocol and plan for our customers that were affected. We had approximately 55,000 total losses in our marketplace. I don't have a spot to park 55,000 cars, so just finding creative ways to accommodate our customers and find alternative transportation in a lot of examples, and put many people at ease at a time that was clearly very stressful for them. So I think we all had sort of a feel-good moment in that, despite it being a very difficult 4 or 5 week timeline there. And then separately, we really focused a lot on just some of the basic KPIs throughout the year. We've geographically, we were really limited on within our workforce, and we've had a difficult time adding staff to BDC despite needing them. And we pushed our team quite a bit, and they responded, and we actually had a number of record KPIs, like show rate as an example. So I think we're working more efficiently. We're finding ways to ensure that our staff is happy and create that competitive nature within our BDC department. So those are my two.
Wow, I mean, that overcoming, the challenge of the storm as well. I mean, that is such a testament to, again, your people and your organization and your community in rallying together to support your customers. And I know, Nikki, you experienced kind of a similar challenge as well, being in that Florida market. So for 2022, I'll pose that same question to you. What was your BDC's biggest accomplishment in 2022?
Well, the creation of our service BDC would be our biggest accomplishment. I have worked collectively at the dealership for about 18 years now. And it just took us a long time to realize the importance of an actual service BDC. And I feel like so many dealers fight that, right? Maybe most dealerships have an appointment coordinator, right? That is not a service BDC. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but we finally took that step that said, yeah, we need full staff. We need a schedule of work. We need scripts. We need outside help. We've used Quantum 5 to help us establish that and provide ongoing training. So I think our biggest accomplishment is just, hey, yeah, we need a service BDC. And since the creation and implementation of that, I can't even begin to tell you the lift that we've seen not only in appointments, appointment shows, CEI, just a total transformation in the way that we handle customers, from phone calls to text messages, from appointment setting to follow-up. It's just, if you have an appointment coordinator or you don't have an appointment coordinator or you have nothing, you need a service BDC. And I will tell you, it probably took us, it's embarrassing to say, but probably 10 years to realize we need to take the next step. And it has been well worth it. Well worth it. So that is mine, is the creation of the BDC.
Well, it's been so exciting to see the developments you've had and the success, Nikki. So I'm looking forward to seeing the continuation of that, beginning what started in 2022 into 2023. And now I want to pivot to another topic, which is really talking, and we've touched on this, a couple of you already have, but around employee retention and keeping BDC employees. Of course, the employees are really important to maintaining a strong BDC and having that customer engagement and that customer satisfaction, having employees that really care about the people in your community and the people that you do business with. So with Bill, I want to pose this question to you. You know, we see a lot of compelling data showing employee retention leads to more gross profit in dealerships. What are some strategies you currently implement in your organization to retain top BDC talent?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. And it's something we all struggle with. And one of the things we realized kind of right after COVID is the value of the BDC employee. And as stores were winding down, we were winding up in the BDC versus the other way. And we realized quickly from a pay structure standpoint, how much were we really appreciating our BDC agents, and were we offering training like we do for our fixed ops departments and service managers and variable. So we adopted a few programs. One, we're doing ongoing training, and we as well have utilized Quantum 5, and it's been really rewarding for our team. And then we took the team and split it. So we generated a luxury BDC versus a non-luxury BDC. And that kind of gives us a second tier in our BDC for kind of growth, that growth opportunity, and showing a career path. We also implemented a gift card, kind of a points bonus every month. They have opportunities. We start with a point system, and they can earn gift cards by the end of the month. And it just shows that we appreciate them. We care for them. And by putting all these monthly incentives together, it really has helped our call volumes. It's helped our attendance. It's helped our evaluation rates. And certainly you throw training on top of it, and pay. Pay is really a top thing, I think, in our organization, is if the competition is paying this, we want to pay this. And you have to appreciate your employees. So that's really helped kind of grow our BDC. The luxury division has been really wonderful. We're in the middle of training. One of our luxury agents wants to be a service consultant. So he's in NCM service manager training, or service advisor training currently. And he'll start job shadowing by February, and hopefully have a spot for him in one of our luxury stores. So we're really excited to be able to promote from without in that department.
Those are such great points, Bill. And I really hope everybody was paying attention to that. There's so much opportunity to grow your people from within your organization. And of course, having people within the BDC department, they really are so aware of so many different facets of the dealership and the customer experience. It just makes really good business sense. If you can find somebody in the organization that you can grow like that, it really pays dividends down the line. Elizabeth, I want to pose that same question to you too. So, you know, what are some strategies you currently implement in your organization to retain top BDC talent?
That's a great question as well. So there's a couple different strategies I've been able to implement in our BDC. Sorry. And one of them is being able to offer a flexible schedule to our employees and having a healthy work-life balance. I have several employees that have families, children, and also want to have a life outside of work, dealership. And so I try to be accommodating as possible and work with them and offer different shifts and we also have a Saturday rotation. So rather than requiring everyone to work every single Saturday, we give them the opportunity to work every other Saturday. And another thing that I do to help retain top talent is that I do monthly one-on-one performance evaluation. So what I do is I look at the metrics and the numbers, and I listen to the calls and see what I can do to help them grow and move up and earn more money as well. And I always want to encourage people to really go out of their way to help people. And I also encourage them to ask me as many questions they want. If they're wanting to learn how to grow their skill set, I want to offer training. If they want to eventually become a manager, if a BDC manager, I definitely want to help them grow and reach their fullest potential.
Now, those are really great points. Aligning their personal goals alongside the business and the professional goals as well. That really helps, especially having those monthly one-on-ones, having that discussion, keeping things top of mind as they progress. And Andy, I want to take that question back to you as well, because I know you have a lot of strategies within your organization. What are some of the strategies you currently implement within your BDC to retain top talent?
Sure. So I really value what Bill had to say. I think a lot of what he's doing is emblematic of what it takes to be successful in operating a modern day BDC, just from the standpoint of if you're going to try to do something on a shoestring budget, it's going to be difficult. So I a lot of the things that he does, I mean, I actually wrote a note down about the gift card points bonus. I like that one. That's a great idea. And we're always looking for fun ways to sort of break up what can sometimes be perceived as the monotony of the job, right? So, we do try to incorporate some fun things into the day to break things up, whether it's a power hour bonus contest, where we'll do a 1 hour segment of calling, and we'll have a contest regarding appointments or outbound calls or you name it. So I think it's really all about keeping it fun and keeping it fresh. And to maybe piggyback a little bit on what Elizabeth was saying, we are also trying to pursue scheduling that is as flexible as people would like to have, because they do have, families with young children or whatever. So it's important that we're as accommodating as possible. We've even gone to the length of having off-site people working from home, as long as they're able to adhere to our standards and produce at the levels we're looking for. We're even willing to be flexible along those lines, and we're able to keep tabs on things through listening to calls and things of that nature. But I think the big takeaway is just you need to be flexible. Rigidity will be a killer if you're trying to get something off the ground, or even sustain something or grow something into what can really be a revenue generating machine.
Now, those are great points, Andy. And you touched on so many great pieces there in terms of how to really structure and keep talent, and think ahead about some of the challenges that you might face as a business, and just keep that flexibility. This next question I really want to pose to Brian and Nikki first, and then Bill as well. And even Elizabeth and Andy, please chime in on this too. But we've seen a lot of changes since 2020, really. A lot of ways that customers have chosen to do business with us, shop for vehicles, schedule and pay for service, and interact with our businesses. We've seen a total change in some of the strategies. And of course, in 2022, some things went back to normal a little bit, but we've also seen some things that are kind of here to stay. And we also see a lot of insights, though. So with the advent of technology and with the additional ways that people can do business, we also see insights that show customers really still at the heart value a great customer service experience. And they really consider this heavily before they make a decision on where to do business. So first I'll go to Brian. What is a way your BDC employees help to elevate your customer experience?
Yeah, I think the root of BDC development was for this very question. Generally speaking, many of us have sales-focused backgrounds in automotive, and if we walked by and saw an unanswered sales call, I think we know everyone's response in the showroom. And service and parts, frankly, have never been treated the same. And I think that's a lot of all that we're trying to implement. Very simply, the customer expectation is fairly basic. They want to pick up a phone. They want to have someone answer the call, and frankly, be able to answer the questions that they have. So we really just have gotten simple, and we need an immediate response, so a direct way to contact. So we use a hunt group in our phone system, which probably every store has available to them. A simple way to reach a service associate. We redirect all inbound advisor calls. As often as a customer would like to speak to an advisor, generally speaking, it's a big disruption to another customer. And frankly, there's often a lot of wasted time in that. So our BDC has the capacity to review history of the car, provide status updates, and we train a lot on how to sort of transition that question with the customer, because oftentimes they're so fixated on, I need to talk to my advisor, and I would say 80% of the time it's totally unnecessary. And pricing has taken a ton of energy and a lot of time. We have several tools that make it very easy for a consultant to provide accurate pricing as it relates to a customer's repair or service. You do need to generate very specific labor operations, and there's a lot of nuances, and we use X time as an example. And you really have to give a lot of focus and energy to making sure they're accurate. But for a customer to call and say, hey, I want to have 4 tires put on my car, what does that cost? It shouldn't take 3 transfers to 3 different departments and hope that someone answers, right? So yeah, I would say, in summary, we want to pick up the phone right away. We want to give them accurate information, and we want to be able to answer their questions intelligently. And that's I think, all of our focus.
I wholeheartedly agree, Brian. I mean, that is really at the foundational core of a solid BDC, is having that customer focused strategy where you're not transferring, having limited training, limited accountability with your BDC reps where they're not able to answer those customer questions. So kudos to you for having that kind of environment for your customers where they can speak to somebody and get those questions answered, and keep your service advisors doing what they do best.
I think we learned from the best, Sarah. I'm not sure, but.
Well, Nikki, I want to ask that same question to you. You've been in fixed operations for a very long time, and Bill, I'll pose it to you as well. Both of you have tremendous fixed ops experience. What do your BDC employees do with your organizations to help elevate your customers' experience?
Well, I think at the end of the day, it's humans talking to humans. And I think a lot of times we miss that component. We get all stressed and tense and almost ready to do battle a lot of times, on the fixed ops side of things. So it's just talking to people and having just some empathy, right, for their situation. 9 times out of 10, if they're trying to communicate with our service department, it's already probably not a good situation. We all want them to come in for maintenance services and all of that, but usually it's because they have an issue. So yeah, I mean, I'm going to say, ditto to a lot of what Brian said. If they're calling, we give them the ability to speak to a human being. We route all of our calls to the BDC. If for some reason the service advisor does not pick up the phone, there's no voicemail anymore, because, we know service advisors, they're too busy a lot of times to answer voicemails, right? So we route those calls. They ring 3 times, then they go to the BDC. If the customer wants to text message, a lot of times, a lot of people, though we are humans speaking with humans, a lot of times it's way more convenient to shoot a text. And so our BDC reps have that capability to speak via text. They can talk to people over email, however the customer would like to be communicated to. Our BDC team has that capability, and they respect that. We have Dealer FX white labeled as Y Advisor for CDJR stores. The BDC has a capability to go in, look at statuses of vehicles, and provide some basic information. If there is something that needs a little bit more involvement or information from the service advisor, then we have internal communication that they can reach out to the service advisor and get a little bit more information. So we have that. Additionally, our BDC also does the follow-up calls for customers. If there's any concerns that they've had that we've not been able to correct, the BDC team is responsible for getting that information, getting it to our service director, and he then follows up with what the resolution might be. So it's just being able to handle customers. We're actually again, we're in development of this, but we are also starting at delivery. The BDC team is a part of the tour that the customer gets when they purchase a vehicle, and they'll set up the first service appointment right there with our BDC team. So people already now have a face with the name. When they call in to speak to someone, they're going to know a lot of times who they're speaking with, which I think is very important, because the BDC team are the people typically, if the customer's not serviced a vehicle with us prior or purchased the vehicle from us, a lot of times the BDC is going to be, we hope that they are the first impression of our dealership. And we don't want a customer to call 3 times, 4 times, get a voicemail, get transferred, not get the information that they want, get frustrated, and then just drive in and then have a poor experience from there as well. So the BDC part of this is at the forefront of what makes a good customer experience. And I am a true believer of that.
Well, thank you so much, Nikki. It's awesome to hear some of the strategies that you've implemented, and in such a short time too, with your store in 2022. Bill and Elizabeth, I want to get your final thoughts on that subject too. So, Bill, I'll get to you first, but just final closing thoughts on that. What are some ways that your team, your BDC specifically, is elevating your customers' experience with your group?
Yeah, and I think Brian and Nikki really said it well, and they answer the phone. And I came through as a service advisor, so I know when the phone's ringing off the hook and I have a guest, I'm not answering the phone as an advisor. So I was quick on forming a big BDC center here for our group, and it's housed out of our home office. They're off-site. They're in one location. We can monitor and listen. I love going in there, and I challenge all of our managers, come in anytime, pick up a headset and listen into the calls. And we can coach, we can do a much better job. But at the end of the day, they answer the phone and they take care of the customers, and it's a much more delightful experience than service. It's very professionally done, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Elizabeth, I'll let you wrap up this before I go into our last question. So how does your BDC department elevate the customer experience at your stores?
So I agree with everything that Brian, Bill, and Nikki have said, but I'd like to add on to, we actually made the decision to get rid of the script. So rather than following it verbatim, word for word, we were able to kind of like tailor it a little bit and kind of speak on the customer's level based on, the social style. You may have a customer that's like super direct and they just want the information right then and there. We are able to kind of listen and pick up on that and be able to change our communication style to match their level. And I think that kind of goes a long way with customers and help with customer retention, because nobody wants to call a call center and have someone follow right off the script and be kind of sound like a robot. And be able to do that, you sound more human, it's more personalized. And I think that's something that's really helped elevate the customer experience by getting rid of the script.
Awesome point, Elizabeth. And I think that too is so critical. And in the next phase, right? Because people realize when someone is reading something with little energy, or they're just reciting and regurgitating something verbatim that they've said a million times, it is so much more impactful when a customer feels like they're heard and they're being listened to, and the person really is communicating with them in the manner that they want. Well, now we're here at our lightning round question. So I'm going to ask the entire panel this question. I'm going to start with Andy, go to Nikki, then Elizabeth, Brian, and Bill. I'll let you close it out. But I'm going to ask everybody this big question, because I know this has been something in 2023, especially a lot of OEMs are focusing on. And so I'm sure if you're an OEM that's listening to this panel today, you're going to agree with this question, and you're going to want to hear from these experts some of the strategies that they're tackling this. So Andy, you first, we'll kick it to you. Many OEMs are really focusing this year and continuing to focus. They've been focusing for years, but now even more so are focusing heavily on customer retention. What are some ways that you are tackling this initiative with your BDC?
Well, first, I want to start off by saying that I'm largely supportive of these, shifts to focusing more on retention as opposed to chasing a CSI score. I'm a big believer that there's really three questions we should be asking customers after every interaction we have with them. Number one is, were you satisfied? Number two is, will you come back? And number three is, will you refer your friends and family? And I think if we can get affirmative answers on all three of those, I think it's pretty highly indicative that they're going to be coming back to see us, and we should experience high levels of retention. Now, with that being said, we all know that, like most people, we're all running busy lives and trying to do a lot of things. And while we might rely on our cars to tell us when we need to come in for service, certainly in states like Pennsylvania, where we have annual state inspection and things of that nature, it's important that our BDC is using those tools in terms of making sure that people are not missing out on an opportunity to update their state inspection, make sure that their vehicle is operating at peak safety performance levels and things along those lines. It's not just all about maintenance. It's about the complete ownership experience, the entire package of caring for the vehicle and making sure that they don't have to worry about issues with reliability or anything along those lines. So from a strategic standpoint, I support the shift in that direction. I think it'll be a much more healthy way to approach how we're evaluating and assessing our performance. And of course, BDC is going to be critical to ensure that we maximize the opportunity to perform there as well. So I support it.
Excellent. Nikki, so with your stores and your various OEMs, what are some ways that you're tackling the initiative of retention?
So we actually just hired a new service director who I am insanely excited about. His name is David Sparks, and he is absolutely a very welcome member of the team. And he's brought a lot of good ideas recently. And actually, Andy, I think he nearly said exactly the same thing that you said about we're not really so much fixated on the number, right? Because if we focus on retention and we focus on the things that we need to do to increase our retention or keep our retention at a high level, then the scores are going to be where they need to be anyway. So I think the creation of the BDC is a good start. And then the initiatives on retaining customers in terms of ownership clinics, we had gone away from those. So ownership clinics, the first oil change appointments at delivery of the vehicle. We have some other, some credit card incentives, but really whatever you're wanting to do in terms of retaining your customers, allowing the BDC team to be a part of that with their verbiages and their professional training, recommended services, that type of thing, all those pieces of low-hanging fruit that we've passed by, the BDC can now just roll with their wagon, right? And collect all these pieces of fruit. So that is what I would say, is allowing the BDC to take a large role in the initiatives that you as a dealership create to retain the customers. Like I said, first oil changes, ownership clinics, allowing them to do what they do best, communicate with the customer.
Perfect, Nikki. That was a great answer as well. And Elizabeth, your BDC, what are some ways that you're tackling the OEM initiative of boosting retention?
So one of the ways that we do is an outbound campaign calls that we do, service reminders. I think Andrew mentioned that, a lot of people rely on the car to tell them when the car is due for service. One of the things that the BDC does is that we go off the last auto history and the driving history. We call them and tell them, like, based on the last visit, the car may be due for service. So we try to get them to come in and get the car serviced. And another thing that we do is the CSI. One of the things we ask them is there anything that you feel that we could improve on? What could have made it a solid 10 if it wasn't a 10? And that's another thing that we do to help focus on customer retention.
Brian, I'm going to put this question to you. So, OEMs are focusing heavily on customer retention, as Elizabeth answered, and Andy and Nikki. What are some ways that you're tackling this initiative with your BDC as well?
Yeah, look, so you're not going to keep a customer if you don't provide a good experience. That's, I think everyone in one way or another has stated that. So we try to be very accommodating, both in the tools we're using to schedule and in things like alternate transportation, better utilization of our calendars, and we've also increased service hours. So we've moved to a shift model for virtually every brand, and have gone from a half day on Saturday to a full day on Saturday with full staff. So we've opened up our capacities, which has been meaningful for us. But in the same breath, the manufacturers, as much as they want to drive retention, they've sort of done dealers a disservice in a lot of ways. Most of my cars are now on 10,000 mile or annual maintenance cycles, which reduces the number of visits in an average consumer's year to the dealership. So we really strive for 3 visits per year, despite, in theory, only 1 service needed. This started a number of years ago, and we developed our own branded, for each store we refer to as Audi Naples Tire Care, Volkswagen of Naples Tire Care, and it's sort of the one give, right? I think all too often we call and we ask for something. We want you to come in and service. We want you to come in and take advantage of a special. We're going to give you a discount. All that's great. This is a freebie. So we've had extraordinary success with it, and we see a car every 6 months or 5,000 miles, regardless of service needs. Oftentimes there's no revenue. They get a tire rotation and a car wash. But it's been a really wonderful way for a customer to continue to connect with their advisor. It's like a grocery store. I don't know why, but I shop at the same grocery store every time I go. So I'm comfortable there. I know where to look, and I know what aisle I'm shooting for. And that's all we're trying to do: guide the customer at least 3 visits annually, regardless of service needs or not.
That's a great strategy, Brian, and thank you for sharing that with all of us today. Bill, you're going to take us home. So last lightning round question to you. How are you and your team focusing on customer retention with your BDC this year?
Well, I just took a lot of notes, so I have a lot of new processes from what these folks just told me. So, we have a lifetime powertrain warranty that we give all of our guests free of charge when they purchase a vehicle, and it requires that they follow the OEM maintenance. So we do reminder calls to remind them we don't want their warranty to be an issue. So we're doing reminder calls for their maintenance and just helping them get scheduled in, because if they try to schedule, we might be booked, but we'll make that a priority to get them into our stores to hold the retention and keep their vehicles maintained, because face it, who reads their owner's manual? You have no idea what the vehicle needs to have done. And the last thing we want is a failure in the vehicle and it gets denied because they didn't properly maintain. So our BDC is doing a wonderful job of tracking those and helping on the outbound calls, and outbound is where it's at. And we've learned that over the last year and a half that we have to be in the outbound calls. And Quantum 5 kind of taught us the way on outbound, and we've adopted it and we're going to continue to adopt it through 2023.
Well, Ted, I see you've joined us, and I just want to first off, before I kick it to you, Ted, just thank everybody on this panel. I think there is some amazing information that all of them has shared today, and certainly actionable things that lots of dealers can take back to their organizations.
What a great panel, Sarah. I took a lot of notes and just really enthused about the year ahead for BDC and learning from all of your learnings in the past year. So, Sarah, I want to thank you so much for putting the panel together. And I want to thank this panel, Bill Demaree at Tom Wood. Thank you so much for all you do. Andy Wright at VinArt. Thank you so much, my friend. Great to have you on the roundtable. Great to have you with us. Elizabeth Martin, congratulations again. And thank you so much. And appreciate all your insight and your helper there as well. So love it. Brian, great to have you on the roundtable. Thank you so much. And hopefully the first of many. And Nikki, thank you so much. Same to you as well. So hope to have you back for many, many more of these. So very impressive, everybody. The year ahead for your BDC panel here today with Sarah Vantine at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Presenting the Quantum 5 mobile app, the perfect companion in building frictionless customer experiences. After you complete your first in-person learning experience with our team, you'll enter the Quantum 5 world by receiving a text inviting you to download the app. Follow the steps from that link to download the app and verify your phone number. Then you're in. You'll then receive a congratulatory message and an introduction from Dave O'Brien, CEO of Quantum 5. Next, you'll select your social style, or you can take a quick assessment to determine it again. Once you choose your avatar, you're ready to get started. You must complete one card of each social style before you can unlock more personalized journeys. Next, we take you to the dashboard of the app, your one-stop source for all the information you need about your current progress, news, or daily quick tiles. Quick tiles are customizable tidbits of knowledge, quotes, or maybe a question to help you think about interactions you've had during your day. You can even configure the app to send you quick tiles during the day, to help you get engaged in the morning or to reflect on your day in the evening. Learnings are grouped into cards that have beautiful art to help you visually catalog your achievements. You can collect and eventually share these cards with your colleagues if you find one useful or memorable. You can see the progress of all your active cards right here on the dashboard. When you're ready to jump back in, simply select your card. You can tap to access your activities and track your progress, or see a summary of the character where you can also record notes personally related to the social style type. Here's an example of a video scenario. The video is presented, and the user can select the answer to progress to the next question. You can even turn your device sideways to see the video in full screen.
I've never driven a Raptor before.
Learnings on the card vary. This can be as simple as asking a multiple choice question, or as complex as a video scenario with multiple questions about the scenario. Community managers can send newsfeed items to your device. They're shown in chronological order with the most recent article first. When the article is no longer relevant, like an announcement of an event, it will automatically disappear from your feed. You can tap the View All button to see an expanded view of all the newsfeed items available. Depending on where you are on your learning journey, you might be able to start a new card. These cards will be shown in this section in stacks. Based on which card you choose, you can progress forward in your journey, or you can stay at this level and learn more about the current or previous topics. As mentioned earlier, once you have completed one card from each social style, more cards will become available. We're constantly creating new content, which will be distributed to members based on the journeys they're on. You'll receive a push notification when new cards are added to your journeys, so you can keep on learning. Your completed cards are always available for you to review. Help is a tap away. The Support tab opens an ongoing private chat between you and your community managers to help you with any issues you're experiencing. This concludes our quick tour of the Quantum 5 mobile app. Thank you for watching.
We've got eyes on our next speaker. Please welcome Peter Carusone from VisionAST.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It is a great honor to welcome our next guest. It is Pete Carusone, who is the president of VisionAST. Pete, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. It's a pleasure.
Pete, I first met you about 3 years ago at a Fixed Ops Roundtable event. We were still in our infancy, and you were starting the discussion way back when about dealership data. It's become a huge topic now at our conferences. And give us a little of the backstory about yourself and why you first became interested in dealership data.
Yeah, absolutely. So I spent about a decade as an operations director for a dealer group that was working with vendors. It was also I always looked at the business from 30,000 feet. I wasn't desking deals. I wasn't writing ROs, but I looked at the total operation and noticed that people weren't really using data. I was starting to look at sales and F&I data and salesperson performance and technician and service advisor performance, and diving into the DMS and spending an inordinate amount of time trying to find that information. And also BDC statistics. And, so I handled a lot of the advertising, most of the marketing. So I'm driving all these people to the store, and I really wanted to know what we were doing with them when they got there. And often was somewhat disappointed, but knew no one else was looking at the information I was finding, and tried to format it and work very hard to format it in a way that I could get managers' attention and say, here's what's going on, here's what you need to focus on. And they hated me more than they liked me probably, but I just knew the importance of making decisions that way versus just, shooting from the hip like a bunch of gunslingers like you see in a lot of dealerships. And, making sound data-driven decisions just made sense to me. So I put a lot of effort into it.
A lot of the leaders, the retail leaders here at the Roundtable, talk about the importance in making data-driven decisions. One of the ones that comes to mind is Tully Williams from the Nilo Company. He says it's all about the hours. Talk to us a little bit about, because historically, Pete, we've made gut or emotional decisions, in not just in fixed operations, but in sales as well. Talk to us about what some results you've seen in being able to make data-driven decisions.
Yeah, I take it almost out of the business world. I was reading something recently that people make decisions from their gut about 50% of the time, despite being presented with information to the contrary. They still have their beliefs. And that's no different in the business world. You have beliefs in certain people, you give benefits of the doubt, you have certain opinions on why things are happening that aren't related to data. But if you're able to, and I'm not saying you get rid of your personality and your emotions completely, you have to have some ability to make gut decisions and use instinct. But when you use data to make those decisions, it eliminates a lot of the emotion that's clouding your vision. Everyone says it, it's a cliche, the numbers don't lie, but they really don't. And when you're training people, even if it's an area of opportunity or improvement that needs to be made using that data, you have a basis for discussing something, and you're eliminating a lot of the emotion to the person you may be addressing in a training situation as well. It's not just your intuition that you're sharing with them or your gut feeling that they may find offensive, but it's like, let's discuss the facts here, and it can be a much more structured and effective conversation.
Your company, VisionAST, you work with dealers, you work with hundreds of dealers today. What are the challenges with having or possessing the data, Pete, and knowing what to do with it and knowing how to use that data?
Well, there's so much data, right? I mean, like I was describing to you, diving into the DMS, and there's so much information there. And, you can almost torture the data into telling you what you want it to sometimes. And having it in a format that is very accessible, quick to access, a good interface, and those key metrics that you're going to measure everyone by equally, makes it useful and effective. And when you're trying to digest way too much information, you're taking too much time. You may not take the time to do it, especially in a retail environment. There's so many things to distract you from actually taking the time. So find a way to put it in a format that's 5 minutes a day, half hour a week, whatever you choose to do, no less than that frequently, and make decisions using it and do it in real time. So you're not trying to steer the Titanic in a different direction. You're just kind of making little tweaks to the rudder all day long. And that's where you find some additional success.
So Pete, who at the dealership level would use the data? The way that you present it, would it be the dealer, the general manager? Would it be the fixed ops, the service, the parts managers, all the above? And how would they use it?
All of the above is certainly the right answer. I would argue, where I've seen the most successful operations is when everyone has access to it, whether it's salespeople, F&I managers, service advisors, parts advisors. The more people that have access, it's a competitive business, obviously. So like a baseball coach doesn't hide everyone's batting average, right? Everyone knows where everyone stands in every statistic, and that drives competition. That drives results in and of itself. No one wants to be the low man on the totem pole. So it's a coaching thing. It's really, everyone understands where everyone is at all times. People will seek help even when they know that they're not performing up to what some other people are doing. They'll work together to say, hey, what's your secret here? What are you doing that I'm not doing? And it's that transparency that really drives performance across the entire organization.
Pete, there's a lot of tools that have come to the market in the last 2 or 3 years that maybe would have come, in 5 to 10 years that are now deployed now, in service. I think of, things like the technician doing the video MPI and being able to present that and send it directly to the customer, through the service advisor. There are a lot of tools out there that are, being used to increase the effectiveness. Would this complement the use of those as well?
Certainly. So you're driving customers into the store. You're doing the best to provide good customer service, to upsell. You have to measure those results, right? I always would be frustrated at how many tools we would use, whether generally marketing tools, to drive customers in, whether you're lowering your price to get them to come in the store because you're a little bit less expensive than the guy down the street. And you spend thousands to drive business that way. Do you measure the business once it comes to the door? And how do you maximize that business? It's with data. It's performance data that you can affect and lift. You get all these customers coming in, and your customer service is great, and the word of mouth is great, so they keep coming in. Are you maximizing those opportunities? And you only know that if you're measuring it against benchmarks.
And you have perfected the use of this data at the dealership level, initially in the front end, on the variable, on the sales side. And now VisionAST is bringing this to fixed operations, to service, and to parts. And, like you mentioned earlier, making decisions from our emotions or guts, now we're going to be more data driven in our ability to do that. What advice would you give to a retailer or a manager who wants to be, that more data driven leader in their decision making?
Well, like I said, I think you have to learn to put your feelings and emotions into a box. Don't bury the box. You still need those, but you have to trust the data to be accurate, which we ensure that it is, and let it tell a story of what's going on. You have something to compare it to. You have a conversation, a focal point to, again, positively train people to perform better. Here's where the store is at. Here's where you're at. And we need to work upon this in these certain areas of opportunity, we'll call it. And it makes for a more structured, a more intelligent, and a more effective conversation among all your staff and management. And everyone is working toward the same goal. When you have actual numbers and goals to chase, as we all know, we certainly are more likely to get where we want to go.
Pete, they say 2023 is going to be a little bit tougher, a little bit more difficult year for retailers. It's been, pretty good last 12 to 18 to 24 months, especially on the sales on the variable side. A lot of focus right now is going to fixed operations. I mentioned the tools that, dealerships are able to use now. Talk to us a little bit about being effective with the data and why it's important to have that and to be able to use that and utilize that in our daily decision making at the fixed operations level.
Well, what's the expression? The best time to fix the roof is when the sun is shining, right? So,
I've heard our friend Brian Benstock say that exact quote.
Oh,
yes.
He does. Okay. Well, I'm quoting a sharp guy, so that's good. So now's the time. I think we're running out of time where the sun is shining. It's going to get a little tougher, but build those good practices and good habits now. And looking at data and analytics with a frequency that's effective is a habit. You have to build it into your routine. I often use the analogy, service starts at 7:30. There's already a load of cars in the drive and you're cranking people through. It's tough to sit down and, close your door and look at the data unless it's part of your routine. Every day at 4:00, I look at, what happened the day before. That becomes part of your habit, and then you're making decisions on it, and they're never major decisions because you're constantly tweaking rather than, wow, I didn't realize that happened 2 months ago. We got a big problem, and now I got to, restructure everything. When you're just making little tweaks, it's easy, and that's the trick, is building good habits.
Everybody, we're talking today to Pete Carusone. He's the president of a company called VisionAST. They have perfected the use of data to help drive data-driven decisions at the dealership level. They're working with hundreds of dealers today. It is now brought over to fixed operations. Pete is a great friend of the Fixed Ops Roundtable in our community. Pete, what are some of the best practices that you've seen with, let's say, your most successful dealer clients?
Truly, I think the best practice is not only the frequency with which you take a look at the numbers, like I've said, but also sharing it with everybody. So many groups that we work with, it's a management tool. They don't want everyone to have access. They don't want everyone to see the numbers. But you can't manage what you can't measure, and people need to see where they stand. People want to perform. It's a competitive business, particularly people on some sort of commission or bonus pay plan certainly want to perform, but they may not know if they're performing up to the standard or not, and they want to get better. And how do they get better if they don't really know what they're doing? So the most effective dealer groups that I've seen share the information across the entire board of any producer, sales, service, parts, whatever it is, and they share it frequently and they review it frequently. And it becomes very positive conversations because you're not catching someone or aha or I caught you. It's, geez, we talk about this every week. How are we improving? And it becomes very productive.
I know one of the first things that I do when I go into a dealership to train service and parts is I want to see what the numbers look like before I go in. So for an example, if they're a CDK dealer, I'll ask for that RAP report, that service advisor recap report. And the reason I look for it is because I want to look for things that we're going to coach when we go in the dealership. Sure. So I want to see the performance of that service advisor, their customer pay, their hours, all across the board. And I can quickly tell, who the better performing advisors are. And when I go into the dealership, now I've got that information. You drive a lot deeper than that, initial report that a DMS may provide. You go a lot deeper to provide those tools for the leaders and managers. And then, like you ultimately said, the people performing, the technicians and the advisors at the dealership level.
Yeah, what we do, that's a big part of what I find important, is that the ability to cross-reference producers between management, between technicians, between advisors, and look who's working well together. Team building, that's a big part of it, is just who works well together, who doesn't. You may have your perceptions, your gut feeling of who likes each other and who doesn't, but that doesn't mean they're working well together. And when you can cross-reference and look at profit opportunities based on who's working with whom, whether you're addressing the problem between certain individuals or just kind of maybe it's the way you schedule people, because you know that when these guys are on the schedule with these technicians, things look a hell of a lot better than they do within a different scenario. So just having that visibility and cross-referencing and knowing what's going on among your entire team and building the stronger teams is a big part of what we provide.
Well, Pete, congratulations to you on the success that VisionAST is having. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable community now, officially, right? And we look forward to getting our dealers involved with Pete and the work he's doing. Pete, if our audience wants to reach out to you and your team there at VisionAST to start looking at those data-driven decisions and how you can help them, what's the best way for them to reach out to you?
VisionAST.com has all our contact information. I am Pete at VisionAST.com or 518-260-6721. Text me, call me anytime. I'll be here.
Everybody, you're going to hear a lot more about Pete Carusone and VisionAST here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Pete, we look forward to those conversations and learning a whole lot more about our data, what we can do with it. And again, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, congratulations and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Ted. I really appreciate it.
Everybody, Pete Carusone from VisionAST here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
If your dealership is leaking profits and you don't know why, you need more than data. You need VisionAST. VisionAST is a single solution analytics platform engineered to uncover critical information from your DMS. Using real-time data to drive profit from every department is what we do. And with VisionAST, just log in on any device and your KPIs are right at your fingertips. You can't manage what you can't measure. Take control of your dealership's profits with VisionAST.
It's a fact. Service advisors sell more when they're confident about what it is they're talking about. That's why the award-winning BG Service Advisor app is the most important sales tool for service advisors. The BG Service Advisor app is extremely user-friendly. All you gotta do, click on the icon. Once it loads up, you'll have to put in your login and password. Now, there are just 4 sections to this. You have your news, you have your presenter, your training, and then assets. And I'll go through each one. Well, the news app, quite frankly, is exactly what it says. It's all about what's happening in the BG world today. But when you click on the presenter app, as you can see, you have all the icons for all the services, from engine service all the way to climate control. Let's click on one and see what it looks like. We'll click on the brake. And as you can see, it gives you a PowerPoint presentation. Very simple, very easy. Tells you what the service is. As you can see here, now we're looking at old brake fluid compared to what the brake fluid should look like. It also gives you full features and benefits. But the part that I love on each one of these is the lifetime protection plan, which gives you both plans, Plan 1 and Plan 2, and the amount of coverage. Go up to the top, we close it. Let's go on to the training section. Here, you have the BG experience. I love this part. I love the fact that I have an engine floating in midair or a brake system floating in midair or a cooling system, because the fact that I'm very visual. I'm not a technician, so the visual really helps me. But it really helps the customer see what we're going to be doing to their car. And of course, you have BG certified. This is where you're going to find all your individual service modules for you to take so you can understand and have confidence in selling. Then you have sales coaching. Well, you got Mikey B in the palm of your hand. Now this is all about what the service advisor does. Your customer reception to selling, handling objections, and setting the next appointment on the active delivery. At the very bottom, you will see that we have BG product knowledge and another portion for lifetime protection plan. At the very end, we have these 3 areas, which are links that will send you to dashboard and BG assets. The very last one will be your BG rep and of course their phone number. So if you ever need your BG rep, it's right there. So have fun. I think you'll find it to be extremely beneficial for you and help you really sell with confidence. Every advisor should have this app on their phone or tablet. It's now available in the Google Play and Apple App Stores.
Lose your lasso? Who better to turn to than the go-to parts girl, Kaylee Felio from PartsEdge.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Kaylee Felio is back with us. She is the Sales and Marketing Manager at PartsEdge.com, a great friend of the Fixed Ops Roundtable and community. Kaylee, welcome back to the event.
Thanks for having me. I'm very excited about what we're going to talk about.
You had a big segment at the last event where you talked about a topic that a lot of us have tiptoed around for a long time. It's called obsolescence. And a lot of people have reached out, both, then and now, on the need and on the importance of obsolescence. So I thought it'd be appropriate if I just come back to you. Here we are at the beginning of the year, 2023. A lot of dealers, face that in different degrees. And I know it's something that you specialize in at PartsEdge.
We do. And, I want to start off with saying that we are technically not a source to offload obsolescence. So we're not like a parts broker. We don't buy obsolescence. But what we do is we look at the data. So we look at the health of the inventory and we identify the domino effect. And that's what I talked about in the last was the domino effect of obsolescence. Where are areas that we can help support parts managers better to have more of a pulse on the domino effect of obsolescence. So that's what we focus on.
It affects so many dealers to different degrees, different franchises. And like I said, a lot of folks have talked to us about that. Talk to us a little bit about some of those domino factors, if you will, because you help dealers identify and, find those bottlenecks, if you will, and find out what maybe some of the causes of these things are. Talk to us a little bit about some of the things that you found. And I know you've got, I think you mentioned you've got a study coming up with a dealer or dealer group that you worked with recently.
Yeah, so we did a case study with a client who it was not even a year. I think it was maybe 8 months from the time they started to the time that we did the case study. And, his obsolescence really wasn't that bad for how much inventory he had, but it still was, you never really want to have obsolescence. And his results were amazing because he went from 150K in obsolescence to about 5K. And it was just a matter of really just looking at the data and looking at the DMS and the source setups and giving him the tools to better manage all of that. Because that's what it boils down to. He has a great operation without PartsEdge, but with us, we were able to help him really take control over his data and see where the problems were coming from.
And, there's a lot of things happening, in our world right now in parts in terms of availability, what we can get, what we can't get. So, I mean, it's a slippery slope, right? What do I stock? Do I overstock? You've had a panel of some experts that are appearing at this event. And, they talked about, inventories and, not being afraid to stock. But, obsolescence does, and it can happen. And it can happen pretty quickly, to a dealership.
It really can. And that's where I think with obsolescence is having so much tied up in that, you can't have more of the right parts. So with this study, we were able to show there was like a 87% decrease in obsolescence, but in his active selling parts, it was like a 67% increase. But the beauty of it was his actual overall inventory decreased by 80,000. So they have less invested now, but they have more of the right selling parts, and then they have less of the wasted parts. So it's
A lot of the people watching this event are not in the parts department. They're in the service area. They're service directors, they're fixed ops directors, they're general managers. You know, this can easily get out of hand. How often should they be looking at this? What do you recommend? Are there time frames? Is it weekly? Is it monthly? Is it daily? What are some of the best practices that you've seen out there with the dealers that you work with?
Well, I think most can agree that the number one cause of obsolescence is special order parts, and I think that's a daily review. That's something that you need to delegate to someone to help manage, and making sure that those special order parts aren't sitting on the shelves for too long. And then if they aren't going to come back, or if you couldn't have the customer prepay if it's warranty or whatnot, making sure that you return them and not letting them sit there. So I think the biggest thing is special order control, and then just making sure there's processes in place to, because what you had mentioned was, people are stocking up on things that are selling a lot more of, but there's like this fine line, because you don't want to overstock yourself. So you want enough breadth and width into your inventory so that you're not having too much of what you need, right? Like there's this like balance that parts people or parts managers have to find, and it's a technique for sure.
So describe to us, who do you work with at the dealership? How do they get started? Is it typically a general manager, a fixed ops director who reaches out to you? Where do you start? And then how do you start that whole process? Is it with the parts manager, the assistant managers? How do you do that?
That is a great question, because it depends on the dealership. I have dealers that reach out because they have a newer parts manager that they want to get them more support. So I start the conversation with the dealer. And then I also have really seasoned parts managers that they're feeling really good about their process, but they just feel like they could do more, or they want more support. And so they'll reach out to us. So it kind of depends on where the dealership is at. But ultimately, our day-to-day interaction and who we're working with closely is the parts manager. Dealers get involved. It just kind of depends on how involved that dealer is actually with their parts department.
Are there reports that you recommend or generate that the decision makers need to be looking at? Tell us a little bit about that, because I think that's important to be aware of.
Yeah, so we use the DMS. So there's a lot of reports that the DMS already has, but the biggest report that we send, that we generate with our own technology, our own way, is it's just an inventory. It's the best way to say or describe it is an inventory performance report or health report.
Okay.
And that's what I talked about in the last panel, was the domino effect. So we're essentially tracking that. We're tracking your selling active inventory, your excess inventory, your forced stock, which special orders kind of fall into that category, nothing that met the criteria. And then your technical obsolescence. So what is coming, that's your way of forecasting obsolescence. And then we're actually looking at 13 months no sale and 13 months no receipt for obsolescence. Because you could just receipt a part in, but the history doesn't match. So you have to look at those categories. So that's really what our dealers like to see, because it's on one page and they're like, this is my investment, this is where it's going. They have control over it. Like, we're helping everyone kind of speak the same language with that report.
And communication is so important. Let's talk about that, because I know on the recent panel, you talked about it with a number of retail parts experts, that communication between parts and service and bringing that together. And also, I think that I heard the word synergy come up a couple different times. Talk to us about that, because you had a number of questions you asked them, and that communication importance kept coming up along the way.
The communication I think came up in everything I asked. So, and I think it's process too. So communicating the process, working with the team. I know a lot of our clients, when the fixed ops and the service and the parts are all working together and we're having those conversations, the results are better, because everyone can see eye to eye, and service can understand parts, and then parts can understand service. It's just everyone's kind of understanding everything, and communication is the biggest thing. And I think how you achieve that is is simply communicating. I don't know. It's just having those conversations, being a leader, and getting everyone together to communicate and having a process.
And I know you've even gone so far as to talk with some of the leaders on the panels about qualities they look for when hiring for the parts and service department. And it's interesting, Kaylee, that one of the things, or I heard it a couple times, is that it's almost so important to grow your own people, whether they came out of being a driver for parts or, working on the lot, but to bring them up through the ranks and give them, I think the term was the career path.
The career path, yeah, because that allows you, when you're showing your team that there's an opportunity to become a manager, and we all know that not everyone really desires that. And I think it's okay that there are employees out there that may not want to eventually be a parts manager or a service manager, but just communicating that career path so that you're grooming them and not just kind of throwing them in the role, because that's what has happened over the years is parts managers just kind of fall into this because they were just kind of like the next person without even having that career path in mind. So I think having that, you're able to train them kind of more ahead of time, and it's not as big of a deal.
So I'm a fixed ops director or general manager or parts manager, and I reach out to Kaylee Felio. Take us through the process. And by the way, are there any restrictions on DMS, preventing me from doing business with you, or are there any that you prefer, or do you work with all of them across the board?
Yeah, we work with all of them. We've worked with PBS and we worked CDK, DealerTrack. It really doesn't matter the DMS because the data and the inventory and the way that you source and organize it, it's all, parts is parts. So that doesn't quite matter. Yeah.
Okay. So, how long typically until, you're able to do an assessment on a dealership and say, okay, here's where we kind of have to go to, to get it straight. You mentioned special order parts and maybe misdiagnosing, some of those things are some of the reasons behind why we have special order parts and they become obsolescent. But how long does it take you to identify what some of the bottlenecks are? And how often do you keep, on top of the dealerships during your process?
So we can identify pretty quickly, even not even looking at the inventory, just having the conversations with the team. Because a lot of times they kind of already know what's going on. They just need that support. But to get set up and start working with us, it's pretty quick. It's a couple weeks after everyone kind of decides this is what we want to do. It's just a matter of having that conversation of this is what we're going to do in the DMS and then executing it. So it's fairly simple once we get going.
And, congratulations to you because you've put a face on the parts department now, right? Which I think was badly needed. And you've put a lot of, you've shined a bright light on parts and say, you know what, this is an opportunity. And there's not too many companies, if any, who do what PartsEdge does, Kaylee. I mean, your star is rising. And I know the PartsEdge clients, I would imagine, come back and say a lot of that has to do with the fact that Kaylee got us involved with PartsEdge.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. I really think it's the PartsEdge team that we've created that really helps execute the process. I get the fun job where I get to talk about what we can do, and then the team gets to execute it. But it's been great, and I think that because we've always focused on inventory control and parts. We've always kind of stayed in our lane where when we can call ourselves, we're experts in parts in the DMS because we've been doing this for over 25 years, just being PartsEdge in business. I mean, the founders have been in the business, I don't even want to say how long. They might get mad at me. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations to you. PartsEdge is a very unique opportunity, everybody. And this is a unique time in our industry. Here we are at the beginning of the year. We want to make sure we got our inventories right. We want to make sure we have our processes down right. Kaylee, if our audience wants to reach out to you and just maybe, find out if, they're on the right path or, things that you could do to help improve them, how do they go about reaching out to Kaylee Felio?
It really just depends on how you want to communicate. I'm on LinkedIn. So if you're on LinkedIn, find me there. My email, go to the website. I think my calendar is connected to the website, and just, I love having the conversations with dealerships to, it's really not for everyone. If you're not trying to take things to the next level and you feel like you're doing a good job, then you probably aren't the right person. But if you want to do better and, you're looking for ways to improve, then you're probably the right fit. So
and you've got a lot of white papers. You got a lot of great information.
Yeah.
I know that there were some dealers, who are not clients of yours yet. Okay. But maybe they're not in that cycle just yet, but however, they're very interested in reading those white papers. And, I get your emails with all the information that you've got in those newsletters. So it's action packed with a lot of very valuable, go-to content. So
that is one thing that I really focused on when I started in this role, was providing content that's for parts people or anyone that wants to learn more about it, because there's not a lot. So we have ebooks on our website and our newsletter. Every month we're focusing on topics that are really important. So if anything, subscribe to that.
Everybody, Kaylee Felio is the go-to parts girl. She's the sales and marketing manager at PartsEdge.com. You can visit her there on PartsEdge.com. On social media, she's all over the place on social media. It's great. And her email is scrolling at the bottom. Kaylee, congratulations. We're off to a great start for 2023. And I look forward to having you help a whole lot of dealers and, make our business even stronger.
Thanks you for having me and allowing me to talk about parts.
Kaylee Felio, everybody, from PartsEdge here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Obsessed with creating the perfect inventory? Us too. PartsEdge gives you the tools you need to outpace the competition and provide the highest level of service to your customers. PartsEdge is a powerful tool for parts managers to get the job done faster. Imagine what it was like when the impact wrench arrived. It made mechanics 3 times faster. Getting the job done without the latest technology makes it difficult to keep up. Besides all the other responsibilities you have, you work hard to have all the right parts you need when you need them. PartsEdge was designed by parts people for parts people to make that job a lot easier. PartsEdge saves you 4 to 6 hours every week and can increase your sales by 10 to 20% in just 12 months. Not bad for your bottom line. Take your obsession to perfection with PartsEdge. Call us today to find out what PartsEdge can do for you.
I now have the most positive, engaging, and informative service experience right in the palm of my hand, all with Infinitive's new Tech Video. This great new feature is part of their Service Lane technology suite, and it's available as a standalone benefit or to enhance your MPI service. With Tech Video, I can record and re-record high-definition videos, detailing the entire inspection process, whether it's explaining services performed, additional service recommendations, sending an estimate, or even thanking a customer. Tech Video allows us to personally communicate with our customers directly via SMS or email, so we can show them any of our recommendations in real time. Videos can be up to 7 minutes in length and only stream when the customer selects to view. No buffers or downloading, only instant playback. When a customer responds, it will appear instantly in our message chat. How great is that? So let your service team experience smoother transactions, easier communication, and happier customers with Infinitive's Tech Video. To learn more, contact Infinitive today online at infinitive.com.
Have you heard of our next speakers? It's Shon Kingrey of Kayser Automotive Group and Ashley Ellis from Brook.ai.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Shon Kingrey is the Vice President of Fixed Operations at Kayser Automotive Group, and Ashley Ellis is with us today from Brook.ai, one of the hottest technologies in retail automotive. Ashley and Shawn, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Great to be here. Thank you.
So, Ashley, we had the honor of having Shawn on a number of panels with some other esteemed retailers talking about Brook AI. And I'm interested today because Shawn is up in Wisconsin. He has recently taken over this 7-dealer group. And Ashley, I understand your technology will be involved as well.
Yep, that's what we're working towards.
I love it. So Shawn, give us a little bit of the story on what you came in, what you found, and where you're headed.
Thank you, Ted. So, I'll tell you guys, it started, first of all, they're a very profitable group. They're a profitable group that are kind of stuck, and I call it the Fred Flintstone era, and that's a little harsh, but they have service advisors here that are making their own appointments, and their service advisors are controlling the flow, which then causes the 35 waiters at 10 a.m. in the morning, and then you have tech standing around at 1:30 with nothing to do because you don't want to upsell on waiters. You're just trying to get them through the shop. So Ashley and I, who obviously I've had a long-term relationship with, started talking. We're instituting a BDC is what we're doing. Obviously, we started with a scheduling tool because there wasn't even a scheduling tool in place. So we're getting the basics in place. And then the next step we're going to logically roll into is being obviously Brook AI, because I need the advisors to do what they do. And what advisors are supposed to do? They're supposed to advise and sell, not answer phone calls. I don't need them to be a clerical position. I need them to be a profit source. And that's the next step.
Actually, I got to ask you, how often do you see this, that advisors are still taking those phone calls? Do you see that quite a bit?
Not today. I started here in 2016, and that was kind of the start of service BDCs, especially for like GM. But today, most of the dealers I talk to, they've already taken the phones from the service advisors because they can't focus on the people in the lane. They're left with no choice but leave the phone ringing, and people just constantly realizing, no wonder I can't get in touch with this place. Or, try to answer the phone with customers in the drive at 8:30 in the morning when everybody wants to book an appointment, but everybody's showing up for their already booked appointment. I mean, we don't see it often anymore. It's a little bit Stone Age, like Shawn said.
And Shawn, that would have to be probably your experience as well, coming from Florida.
It is. It's a bit of a culture shock. Even in Florida, even being the group that we started with 4 stores and going to 20, guys, they weren't answering phone calls even at that point. I mean, so yeah, it is a culture shock. I knew what I was getting into. It's obviously nothing I wasn't anticipating. The pushback's a little shocking that you've got guys that, have been here, and we've talked about it before, Ted. You've got a lot of 40-year employees here, a lot of them who are like, no, I schedule my own appointments. But when the 3 of us are service advisors, you get Ted, Ashley, and Shawn on the service drive, and Ted answers the phone and says, my next available appointment's in 3 weeks, and Ashley's sitting there and has nothing for 2 weeks. But that's what happens when you do that. And that's what happens when you let the advisors control your workflow and you control your shop flow. It just doesn't work.
So, Shawn, you've seen the way this should look and the way it should work. So, it's probably not all that unusual. Okay. So what's your plan of action, and, where are you headed with this, and, how do you envision deploying Brook AI?
Sure. So, I started here November 1st. I kind of waited till, this mid-December, and obviously had the let's look in the mirror and take good hard looks and probably look at the ugly baby and throw all the bathwater out. And obviously, first things first, I have to get a scheduling tool in place. We're rolling that out literally as we speak. We should have that up and running today or tomorrow, literally. And once that's up in place, then Brook then can come behind. And trust me when I tell you, Ashley's ready to go. She's chomping at the bit, but they're ready to go behind the scenes, and we'll launch Brook AI directly behind it. It'll almost go seamless at the same time. Again, I need to get the scheduling tool in place first, and then Brook AI will come right behind it. And that'll be our in-house BDC.
Yeah. And what's great about Brook is she's already integrated with Xtime. So once Shawn has all of those settings in place in Xtime, it's just going to flow right into Brook. So advisors can't control the schedule anymore. Brook will do whatever Shawn tells Brook to do.
Now, Shawn, I think I know the answer to this. They already had Xtime deployed, right?
One of the Chevy stores did. The other 6 did not, sir. Wow. Which might be the delay, because hypothetically, I might have promised Ashley a January 10th launch date. Now we're at a January 25th launch date, which is why I say we're launching now. It got pushed back because of the culture. And I think that's a very overused word, but the culture shock that's coming at the store saying, what do you mean we aren't going to do this anymore?
So, Shawn, you had no electronic scheduling assistance of any kind. You were relying entirely on the advisors to schedule their work.
Scheduling into a DMS system that, as we all know, you're scheduling blind.
Wow.
Yes, that is correct.
Wow. So you had resistance. I imagine no resistance, no sale. You're still going to have some resistance until people start seeing the benefit of it. But, like you just described, you can't have those waiters, all coming in at one time waiting and then technicians standing around early in the afternoon looking for work.
When you have an old school advisor who knows that their magic number is 12 to 18 ROs a day, they're going to schedule those appointments what are convenient for them. Magically, those 18 ROs are all going to be there before noon. And again, magically, you walk through the shop at 1:30, and it's like a ghost town. You could hit a tennis ball and not hit a single person. That's the culture shock. So it's funny, and Ted, you and I have talked a lot about this. When I met with my 3 owners in my first couple of days, they said, hey, we're glad how everybody loves you. I said, yeah, that's about to change. So I can tell you that it's a little lonely in Wisconsin right now. The love is not huge. I will promise you that.
Okay. Not a honeymoon period currently.
No, it's not. And again, and this is not about me, this is about them, but there is only one speed. And as our friend John Fairchild says, remember, Shawn, not everybody works at Shawn speed. That's okay. You're going to either get on board or you're just not. It's just that simple. Because this is the way you do business. To Ashley's point, if you don't have a BDC and you don't have an automated BDC or whatever the case is where we're all going towards, and we'll get to why that's a big advantage. If you don't have it, guys, then you're caught way behind the times. Like you're way prehistoric behind the times.
Well, Shawn, you mentioned that it's profitable there, but I just have a hard time thinking it's as profitable as it could be if even with outbound, if the service advisors aren't doing the outbound, how much are you missing in campaigns and recalls and decline maintenance, which you're not getting any walkarounds if you've got 35 people in the drive in the morning.
You are correct. And it's funny you say that. Is when we were doing the 2023 budget, the 5 GMs of the 7-group store, I promised the owners an 18% year-over-year growth. And for those that know my past, 18% is a cakewalk. And quite frankly, I'm being very conservative at 18%. And I think just the installation of a Brook and of a BDC and of a scheduling tool, 18% is literally should almost be. I made the comment, and I shouldn't say it, but Helen Keller can give you 18%, guys. 18% is just controlling the flow of the shop.
So, Ashley, you made a good point that this is actually going to free up the advisors to do what they need to do, to look at the car with the customer in tow, to be able to get the mileage, pronounce it in front of the customer, look at the primary concern, ask about additional needs, look for anything obvious with the customer. And I imagine, Shawn, this time of year up in Wisconsin, we're probably topping off washer fluid or checking batteries, perhaps even in the drive. A lot of things that advisors should be doing to build value in the process.
That they're not doing now. To be very honest with you, Ted, how can they do it? Again, to Ashley's point, when they're answering 30 phone calls a day.
Yeah, wow.
Right. So right now it's that they can't. And then I think what Shawn's even bigger challenge is going to be, like, Brooke will take the phones. That'll be easy. But how do you train your service advisors not only to want to sell, but to know how? That's going to be a huge step for Shawn, of even knowing how to be what we talk about is being like a trusted advisor in the lane and not being what's perceived as just, the upsell guy. He's always trying to sell me something else.
Mm-hmm. So, Ashley, this is a good point. Actually, what you offer through Brook.ai, and you're unique in the marketplace because you've got that deep experience with proactive in the BDC sector for a long, long time. You actually are a resource to help advisors manage their time by having and deploying your tools.
Yep.
I like that. That is
and
fun.
Learn some soft skills, which is going to be huge.
Yeah. So time management, Shawn, is on the retail side. It's all time management from what you're describing to me.
It is. It's workflow. And it's funny. We talk about recruiting, and I can throw Joe Lockhart's name out there or John Fairchild for training. To Ashley's point, how do you teach, or how do you expect to bring a technician in here, knowing that at 10 o'clock they have 30 waiters? Because all you're doing is pulling cars in and out. They're not going to make money. They're not going to stay. How do you bring a trainer in and have them train when that's all you have? Back to the point, you have to change the culture of the way the dealership runs. And again, my plug for Brook AI is this: Wisconsin is no prettier. Well, the weather's a little better, to be honest. It's a little chillier. But anyway, the marketplace is no better for employees here. And the advantage of Brook AI is, and we've all, I think Tony Williams and I have worn this out. Brook doesn't call in sick. Brook doesn't call in late. And Brook isn't texting when the phone's ringing, okay? Brook is an automated system that answers the phone when you need it to answer the phone. And back to Ashley's point one more time, it will schedule when X time tells there's an opening. It's not when Ted's schedule is full and Ashley's is open. It's gonna land that airplane on a good time management role, Ted.
Shawn, perhaps I'm a little bit out of turn, but if I were to call your stores right now to make and I realize different stores, different locations, but to make a service maintenance appointment, how long until you can get me in?
Pre-X time, 3 to 4 weeks. Post-X time, tomorrow.
Really?
It is that much of a culture change. Back to the point, Ted, when you have one guy who's been here 40 years where everybody calls him, but the new guy that bought a car last week gets funneled back to that person, it's a 3-week delay when Ashley's literally standing around twiddling her thumbs because she has nothing to do.
All right. So with that dramatic shift, any noticeability on the part of the employees and the team there as far as what X time has done?
Ask me in 30 days, sir. I'll let you know how the answer to that goes. Okay.
All right.
You know what, Ted? Let me take that a step further. I talked about the delay in the execution of this from the 10th to the 25th, getting it rolled out this week. That resistance, that delay wasn't X Time's fault. That was our fault. We had staff that were resistant to even installing the system because, quite frankly, they're going to make you look in the mirror. I mean, and that's what it is. And I'm not taking away from Brook, but again, Brook has to have the runway to land the airplane. And right now that runway is clogged with cars.
And I think that's why I haven't pushed Shawn too hard, is because I don't want to participate in failure. I don't want Brook at the stores yet. She won't be successful. You know what I mean? Like, we want to be able to tell the real story of success here. And it takes a little bit of what Shawn's doing is layering on the technology and the training.
By the way, Ted, she's pushing. Don't lie her. That there was no truth to that statement. She hasn't been pushing very hard.
You know what? You've clearly got, with Proactive and with Brook, a great relationship, Shawn, because you can rely on them for a lot of the things and a lot of the needs and a lot of the technology. And like I said earlier, the resistance is really natural on a lot of service drive installations, not in Wisconsin, but in colder territories that I have gone in. I have seen employees who are resistant to change do all kinds of things, okay, to make sure that maybe there were a few stumbling blocks along the way. So, I think it's normal that you encounter,
especially in Friday afternoons, by the way. It's amazing I say the main shop is dead at 1 o'clock on a Wednesday. Heck, on 10 o'clock in the morning on a Friday. Because they've already done their deal, and again, it's a challenge. It sounds very negative because I'm definitely not a negative person. I'm a glass half full kind of guy. And you talk about the relationship. I can tell you that Brooke and I talk late. She always makes the joke after 7 o'clock. There's some late night conversations where we're bouncing ideas back and forth on each other because I got to make sure that this rolls out right, correctly the first time, because you get one chance. You get one try to roll this out.
So here's the point I want to help convey to the audience. It's Ashley over at Brook.ai and Proactive, because of their experience in retail, is able to work with a dealer group like Shon Kingrey at Kayser Automotive to help deploy this so that it will be successful because of their retail and her retail automotive experience. Ashley, that's a big differentiator that you've got in the marketplace to help ensure success. So, congratulations to you on that.
Yeah. I mean, and Brook was the only one developed with millions of actual service calls to teach her how to understand and respond. I mean, we have an incredible history in the automotive industry, and I'm excited to see what's next.
Well, speaking of what's next, Ashley, anything on the horizon, anything that you were able to share with us just yet here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable last week of January?
Yeah, so we will be rolling out within the next month. Brooke, we say she's been promoted. She will be doing outbound calls for dealers for open recalls. She can already promote recalls when customers call in. She can promote maintenance recommended by the manufacturer when customers call in, but now she gets that extra opportunity to remember customers and call them and remind them that they have those open recalls. And that's definitely going to set Brooke apart in the industry.
Very strong and very proactive. So we'll have to leave it there. Shawn, congratulations. And we plan to check in with you to see how it's coming along. And Ashley, thank you for being that considerate to work with the fixed ops community to make sure that this is successful.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. If our audience wants more information, you can visit Brook.ai on the web. By the way, later this week, Ashley, will Brooke be at the NADA by chance?
We will. Yep. We'll be at NADA. Look for the big proactive banner at the top, and Brooks everywhere. We'll be over near X time because they're our good buddies.
Okay. And again, if you're not going to NADA, Brook.ai on the web, there is an 866 number that's scrolling across the screen as well. Ashley Ellis from Brook and Shawn Kingrey from Kayser Automotive Group, thank you for all that you do. The Brook panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
Howdy, partners. Pull your reins back and take a moment to vote for the Best Practice Awards by scanning the QR code on your screen. The Best Practice Awards will be announced at the end of day 4. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to vote for the 5 speakers or panelists whom you think are the best and brightest speakers on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And don't forget, you can only vote once. I reckon we're ready to start selling parts on eBay Motors. Please welcome the team from Revolution Parts.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We have learned so much about the business of online parts in the last several years. Mike Rich is here from Revolution Parts along with Robin Bayon, and we're going to be talking today about selling parts on eBay Motors. Mike and Robin, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey, thanks, Ted. Great to be on the show again. A big yeehaw to you. I forgot my cowboy hat back in the lifted pickup truck, but make sure to bring it on next time.
All right, Robin, we'll make sure he does that, right?
Yeah. Hi, Ted. Thanks for inviting us.
Well, talk to us a little bit, because we really have had an educational experience. There's so much happening in the parts area right now. And, Mike, I feel that this is just one more segment, eBay Motors. Give us an overview and kind of set the stage for that, if you would.
Yeah, we've had a lot of conversations, I think, last year about selling parts online and digital retailing, and a lot of great topics. One thing we haven't really talked a lot about is marketplaces and eBay, specifically. Revolution Parts has a really great relationship with eBay, and we have a lot of dealers that are successfully selling on eBay. In fact, last year, it was one of the bigger growth channels for us. I think we saw about 8% growth in orders placed for parts on eBay. And a lot of people are going on eBay shopping for parts. eBay is seeing a great amount of growth in the parts sector. They're investing heavily to drive additional growth there. And it's really become a focus of eBay. And at Revolution Parts, we look to just make it easier for dealers to sell on eBay.
And Robin, anything you'd like to add to that as well?
No, I think that was a great introduction of eBay.
All right. Well, let's talk a little bit more about that. First of all, for both of you, is eBay a good place for dealers to be selling parts in 2023? What would you say?
I believe it is so, because did you know that there are more than 40% of Americans actually shop on eBay? There's such a high demand for the auto parts. And also right now, as I'm talking, about 15 parts are being sold on eBay, which means that 3 car parts are purchased every second. So especially there is a very high demand for the shoppers searching for the OEM, which is the original manufacturer auto parts on eBay. So for this specific reason, eBay offers access to the own store branding, which enables the dealers to represent themselves, not just a single deal seller, but as a dealer, which is a huge credibility to the shoppers. And that gives the dealers a huge headway to stand out from the competitors.
And
Robin, if I could just echo a little bit of that, Ted. Yeah, I think one of the main points that Robin brought up is really just, eBay gives the dealer an active pool of shoppers that are currently looking to buy parts. So, you can go out as a dealer and stand up your own website, but then you have to get people to come to that website to buy parts from you. eBay is a great opportunity to get out there, to get your inventory in front of people that are actively searching and actively trying to buy parts, and start selling today.
And Robin, I had no idea that the volume is that high or that big on eBay. And again, Revolution Parts are opening our eyes to this opportunity. And again, how much is changing in that parts landscape for the dealers as well. And we don't want to miss an opportunity on that. How about in terms of obsolescence? There's been a lot of talk about that lately. Would eBay help with reducing some of that obsolescence in the parts department?
I will take that question. I believe eBay is the best place to sell through the aged inventories that's been sitting in the warehouse. I don't even know how long, right? Because eBay is a go-to marketplace for the maintainers who's searching for parts for a discounted price for their old vehicles, and also the enthusiasts, the car nuts, who's searching for the rare and discontinued parts to work during the weekend. So there's a very high demand for old, rare, and discontinued parts on eBay. And we actually have Revolution Parts has many dealers that only sells obsolete parts on eBay, and that creates a very steady revenue for them.
Yeah, so many dealers we talk to, Ted, are used to working with obsolescence brokers, going on and selling parts obsolete, aged inventory for 50 cents on the dollar, 20 cents on the dollar. A lot of them are happy to get anything for it. But eBay is a great channel, like Robin mentioned. Like people, when they are trying to find, a hard to find part, an obsolete, discontinued parts, like the first thing they do is they go to eBay, because they know eBay, typically has these types of parts from, a ton of different sellers. So it's a great place for the dealers to go and actually get rid of those obsolete parts and actually make money on them, instead of just, throwing them out back, or donating them to a school, or writing them off for 50 or 25 cents on the dollar.
And Mike, Revolution Parts has actually opened up what I consider to be a third parts department. You've got the retail parts, you've got wholesale parts, but this online parts, this has so many different ways it can go, and it's so interesting to watch how it's continuing to evolve, Mike. And now this conversation just on obsolescence alone is something new to me.
Yeah, no, it's super interesting. And the way we kind of see it is, there's that wholesale parts, but the retail parts is really turning into e-commerce parts. Like the days of people picking up the phone and calling the dealer, or driving down to the dealership, or riding their horse into the dealership with their big hat on, and pulling up to the counter and kicking a tumbleweed aside and asking for some spurs for their horse. Like those days are long gone. People now expect to find you online. One of the other things, like to hark back to your earlier question, about like why eBay. eBay is an extension of your presence online. So many people that will ultimately buy from you directly on your web store, or maybe even call you in that old retail environment, their first experience will be with you on eBay or Amazon someplace. People will start that parts search, that on eBay, find it, and then maybe see you have an eBay store, search you, check out your own web store, and engage with you and buy it there, or call you, or ride their horse up to the dealership and buy it that way. So it's just, you have to be in all the places to be visible to all of the people and be at every point of that buyer journey.
Well, let's go back to something you talked about just a few minutes ago. Here we are, coming to the end of January, the first month of a new year, 2023. A lot of dealers are using different facets to retail and sell those parts online. But coming back to selling on eBay with Revolution Parts, walk us through that again, a little bit more detail. Instead of having, let's say, their own store, why do this with Revolution Parts? Give us some of the backdrop on that. And I know you work with so many dealers, and you've seen and the best practices. Give us some insight into that, if both of you would do that.
Can I lead that question? That is a great question. Yes, you can go directly to eBay and open your own store, but creating a listing, creating a fitment data, how you're going to fulfill the orders, how you're going to find the most competitive shipping options, all of those are already ready and set for you to go and start selling on eBay through the Revolution Parts. The best thing about selling with Revolution Parts is that we can enable anyone to offer automated fitment data for every single parts that you can offer. And also we enable a very easy account integration and one push, literally one click listing creations, and you can customize them as well. Order fulfillment process is super easy. And Revolution Parts also offer a very competitive shipping options. And Revolution Part, the best thing about selling with Revolution Part, I'm going to have to say all the free perks that you will receive just being, Revolution Parts customer. So once you start selling with Revolution Parts, you will receive over $3,000 selling subscription fees for free. That is called the Anchor Store subscription. And once you sign in and subscribe to this great offer for free, your eBay selling fee will reduce significantly, and also your listing insertion and subtitle fee, which could be up to $2 per listing, will be 100% free to you. And another best thing that I have to mention is that when you start selling on eBay as a regular seller, there is a selling limit. So eBay will give you a cap on the total amount of retail price that you can sell on eBay. And in order for you to increase the selling limits, it can take up to several years with your excellent selling performance. But just being, a Revolution Parts customer, you're going to get an instant boost on the limit increase up to $5 million. So I think, that would be the best part that Revolution Part can offer just for being our customers. And lastly, you will also get a premium eBay support where you can literally speak to a live agent to discuss any problem that, selling on eBay. So, I mean, since when it became so hard to reach anybody online, right? But being a Revolution Part customer, you will be able to call in, email, chat with a live agent to resolve any issue you're experiencing selling on eBay.
There's no reason to even attempt to do it alone, Mike.
There's no reason. And you get to work with Robin. That's the biggest benefit of all. You get to tap into her wealth of experience and knowledge of working with eBay and marketplaces, which is, far and above anything you would get trying to do it on your own or trying to search the internet for answers.
And Robin, that eBay platform. It seems that you're very, very in tune with that, where the average dealership and parts manager, is likely not.
Yes, I bring in a little over 15 years of overall e-commerce, specialized in marketplace, specialty on eBay experiences.
Wow. eBay is strong. All right. So again, here we are, beginning of a new year, looking out. What advice would both of you give to parts departments who want to get started on eBay? I understand the benefits now of why you wouldn't want to attempt to do that alone, but what are the things that you'd recommend to our viewers and the managers watching here today?
I think eBay's top priority is seller success, and that's why they offer every possible tool for you to be successful on eBay. And that is why seller performance is the main focus on eBay. Not only for the sellers to be successful, but also want the best experience for their eBay customer. For this reason, if you want to sell on eBay, you will get measured on your seller performance, and this will have a direct impact to your selling cost, which is directly related to your profit margin. So seller performance is rated based on your order fulfillment accuracy and whether you will be able to fulfill those orders on time. So obviously, if you keep canceling your orders, being out of stock, it'll have a very high negative impact on your seller ratings. And also, you will also be rated for your customers' care efforts. So obviously, if you're a top performing seller, you will be rewarded with the fee discounts and many amazing perks that's offered by eBay. But in opposite, if you have a poor performance, you will be charged with the higher fees and restrictions, such as losing the marketing privileges. So I cannot emphasize more on how important it is to keep up with your seller rating and a great performance on eBay.
And Robin, I got to ask you, if I'm a dealer or a manager watching and I want to get involved with Revolution Parts now on the eBay platform, how long does it take to get up and running, typical in a situation like that?
I think we're a phone call away. It takes some time for the dealer to set up the eBay account, but integration, connection, everything will be done in a very succinct manner. So within like 2 to 3 weeks, you will have an account created and start selling on eBay.
Right. Mike, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, Robin covered it all very well. I think it really just boils down to, being dedicated, to selling parts online, even whether through your own web store or through eBay. Just as in the dealership, you'd want to provide, tremendous customer service and be an excellent seller. You want to do the same thing on eBay. You want to provide tremendous customer service, be an excellent seller, communicate thoroughly, with the people buying parts. And as long as you're dedicated to being an amazing seller, then you're probably going to find success at the end of the day.
And Mike, thank you for introducing us to the latest Fixed Ops Roundtable superstar in Robin Bayan. So I'm so impressed with your knowledge on this platform, Robin. So congratulations to you and to Revolution Parts. All right. So if I want to take the next step and get in touch, what's the best way to do that, both of you?
Yeah, Ted, I think the best way you could just go to revolutionparts.com, look at the website, complete a form. My email, I think, is scrolling across the bottom of the screen. So if you want to just shoot me an email, I can connect you, with whoever needs to be connected to get you set up, or look me up on LinkedIn. It's probably the three ways to start the process.
All right. Everybody selling parts on eBay Motors, get in touch with Mike Rich and Robin Bayan at Revolution Parts. Mike's email is scrolling at the bottom of the screen, also revolutionparts.com. Robin and Mike, on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you, Ted.
Revolution Parts, everybody, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
There used to be just one good way to sell parts. But over the years, things changed. Today's shoppers have moved online. They're buying cars, and they want to buy the parts for them online too, on their own terms. If you aren't online, those shoppers won't find you or buy from you. And soon, you won't be in business anymore either. Bring power to the parts department with Revolution Parts. It's a software solution built for you to help you sell more OEM parts and accessories so you can start growing more revenue. Revolution Parts takes care of the hard stuff while coaching you to success. Your local and wholesale customers will love it too. It's time for your parts department to join the digital revolution.
Revolution Parts is making it easier for dealers to buy parts from other dealers. Your service drive needs a part today that you don't have in stock, but your neighboring dealer does. With Revolution Parts, all you need to do is log in, find the part, buy the part, and get the part delivered all in a matter of hours. Neighboring dealers can use Revolution Parts to order the parts that they need from you and arrange their own on-demand delivery. Repair shops need factory parts fast too. They know dealer parts are better, but they end up going with aftermarket because they're easier to find and faster to get. Win that business back by making it easier to buy from you instead. When they log in to Revolution Parts, they can find the part, buy the part, and get the part on demand. The shop can arrange for a driver to pick up the part and deliver it directly to them, all in as little as an hour. It's a win-win-win. Happy driver, happy repair shop, happy dealership that's selling more parts. There's one more piece that ties it all together. We call it local delivery. Not only will neighboring dealerships and local repair shops be able to order from you and request on-demand local deliveries that arrive in a matter of hours, you'll be able to arrange reliable, trackable, and affordable deliveries on demand to get any parts order to any customer in the nick of time. With local delivery, you'll be able to order that part a ride, just like you'd order a ride to the airport. Revolution Parts Local Delivery. Get the part there faster, win more wholesale business, sell more parts.
Wild West and into a new frontier with the future of technical repair panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It is a great honor to introduce this next panel, which will be led by none other than Robert Stage, is the Future of Technical Repair panel. Robert, before you do the introductions, welcome back to the event.
Thank you very much, Ted. Thanks for having us on. I appreciate the time and the effort it takes to put these things together.
So you've done a lot of work in assembling this panel. I've seen Joshua, I've seen Russell and Marshall online, and you've got some great topics. So with that, I'm going to step out of the way, my friend, and I will let you take it from here, and I'll see you on the other side.
Sounds great. So we're going to start with just introductions to the audience. My name is Robert Stage. You've probably seen me on the Fixed Ops Roundtable a couple different times if you've tuned in the past. I run Stage 1 Mobile Diagnostic and Auto Repair out of Columbus, Ohio. Currently, we're still taking on customers. Things are still going really well, and that business is growing. I've been kind of in tune and watching on LinkedIn recently and in the past 6 months or so, and I've kind of happened upon Joshua, Russell, and Marshall, and keep in contact back and forth with them and interact with their posts and really enjoy what they put out as positive things in the industry. You're going to find out that they're across multiple industries, and that's one of the reasons that I wanted to get each individual person's perspective on what we're doing in the technical space as far as what we repair, how we repair it, and basically the inside of the belly of the beast, as it were, just so that people that look in from even that might work on the other side of the wall that don't understand or don't know what we do, I want to kind of give them a position where they can look in and see what it is actually that we do. So with that, we're going to start with the introductions. Joshua Taylor, if you would, go ahead and just give a quick introduction of yourself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stage. I appreciate you having me on. Really quick, 20 odd years in automotive. Started as an apprentice up here in Northern Canada. Got my license, flat rate tech for a while. Came off the bench, service advisor. I've been fixed operations. I've been general manager of a collision center. I've been in automotive marketing briefly. Now I'm back on the bench about 6 minutes from my house at a small power sports store.
Nice, wonderful. And I'm just going to go clockwise. Russell, if you would introduce yourself.
My name is Russell Wickham. I got started in the business back in 1997, following up on a hobby of mine. Loved to work on cars. Very first project I ever did was trying to get nasty moldy carpet out of an 85 Camaro. Ended up having to take the whole dash apart to do that. Got done, had one screw left over. And I said, I can do this. So from there, pursued the career. Did it for about 5 years. Got out, did construction, joined the Army, served the country. Came back in after being downrange and ended up deciding that I was going to pursue the career like we pursued training in the Army, because in the Army, you overcome a lack of experience by hard, realistic training. So jumped in, pursued everything they would let me have. And 10 years later, I'm a General Motors world-class technician working here in Pampa, Texas.
Nice. Very nice. Thank you for your service as well.
Yes, sir.
Marshall, we're going to come over to you, and interested to hear how your career is turning out and how you got started.
Yeah, so, my name is Marshall Sheldon, and I've been a diesel mechanic for just shy of 15 years. I started similar to Russell, except for I didn't have previous experience, but in the Marine Corps, they have, I was in motor T, so I was around the trucks. When I got out, I needed a job, and I was comfortable being around the big trucks, so I got my first break at a fleet as a wash hand. And then after the fleet, I went to a dealer, and similar deal as Russell, I just gobbled up as much training as they would allow me to do. And here we are.
Very nice. And my uncle was a tank mechanic a long time ago in Germany. So I guess it runs in our family. I've got multiple family members and people I grew up with that work in the industry as well. So it's kind of interesting how it's almost contagious in that way. I want to start with the first question we put together, and this wasn't something that I kind of come through fly by night. When I was a service director at a Jaguar and Land Rover dealership, our COO had this thing that he had come up with, and basically it was, what's the one thing that the customer really wants from you, or what's that one thing that you could change to make things better? And we used to ask all of our clients that would come through and they would have their vehicles worked on, on top of and over and above the CSI thing that would get sent out to them in an email. I always had the receptions area ask them, what was one thing? Is there something else we could be doing? Is there like pickup and drop off? Is it concierge service? What is it that we could do better? And I think that really helped our business. We had just opened, and it started out like third in the country. And by the time we were 9 months open, we were first in the country. And of course, that's easy to do when you just open your doors, especially with a Jaguar Land Rover dealership. But I kind of want to go along those lines and just go to each one of you, and you can go in any order that you want. What's one thing that's changed the most since you've been in your career that you've noticed? If you had to look back over it, what's one thing that's changed the most? You can go first, Russell.
For me, the biggest change is how we diagnose communication circuits. Because when I first started out, it was pretty simple, one wire, couple wires. Now there's as many as 8 or 10 communication circuits. There's a serial data gateway module that separates the communications that communicate over the air versus the rest of the vehicle to help provide security so that the car can't be hacked, things like that. That adds a lot of complication to how you go about diagnosing communications.
Definitely. Yep. I've definitely witnessed that myself. Who wants to go next?
I'll hit it.
I have.
All right. Well, we'll save you the best for last, Josh, because you're going to come out with something really thoughtful. I feel like I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that, over the years, like when I first got into the industry, it seemed like the shop that I worked at, they could put an application or they could put a want ad out, and they'd have 4 or 5 applicants by the end of the week minimum.
Sure.
They might have more than that. And I feel like that's something that has changed a lot, the amount of technicians that are available in the market of all abilities. I'm talking, from the journeyman to the apprentice level technicians. There's just doesn't seem to be a lot of them. Not a lot of people that want to do what we do. I feel like sometimes it can go all the way out to a month. We can put a want ad out and get one person come and apply in a month, whereas we used to get a lot more.
Do you think that's a cultural shift, or what do you think causes that?
I mean,
if you had to guess.
If I had to guess, I feel like, probably some type of cultural shift would probably be appropriate. But the blue collar lifestyle is a hard lifestyle. It doesn't matter what trade you're in, and I feel like people always err to the easiest route to make money, And this is a hard lifestyle sometimes.
Sure thing. Joshua?
To give a shout out to Joe Chambers, Chicago, Illinois is the hardest city in continental U.S. to try and find technicians and blue collared folks. You're right. It's hard to find. I went with this. I made some notes on this, Robert. And
sure.
The first thing that came to mind was not necessarily technical, but what empathetically related. Learning that I got lucky early with leadership and my shop foreman in my very first job as an apprentice. I got super lucky, and I didn't realize it then. And I've only just in the last year trying to, compound my learning on soft skills, that having a high value leader is the single most important thing any mechanic anywhere can have and choose for. I didn't know that then. I wished I didn't know that then, and I would have taken as much advantage of it then as possible. But the second thing I wrote, and I went technical on the second thing, was the number of modules. I remember in 2001, the first time really thinking about cars, 2000, 2001, really thinking about cars. There might have been one. You might have had two. You might even have three at most. You got, body control module, you got instrument cluster, and you got ECM. Now you've got 100, 150 modules. Sometimes if you go AG, it gets more. It's the number of computers that have to communicate, and to Russell's point, the variance in the amount of communication that has to happen.
Definitely would agree with that. I was going to go with when I started was 92, 93, and was just on the cusp of OBD1, and then OBD2 came along. And OBD2 came along, and it was really nice, actually. I mean, I thought it was one of the better things that they probably ever done in the industry. But the thing that really got me was the information. Started with Mitchell on Demand, which started with Mitchell back in the day when it was books. And you literally got 20 books that was, everything from whatever you could think of, automotive. Then it went to CDs, and it went to DVD ROMs. And then, of course, now it's on the cloud. Everything's, supported by the internet. But that would be the one thing I think that just the actual information and the amount of information that's actually out there that you can get for a vehicle. It used to be if you went to a Chevrolet dealership with Russell would know, if you brought in an old vehicle, it was just an early fuel injected vehicle. You took it to one guy or two guys in the shop. They almost always knew what was wrong with it. You can't do that any longer. It's the information has exploded to the point where you might have memorized what the firing order was on some, different engine or something, but you can't do that any longer. It's like there's so much stuff that you would have to take with you. It would never happen. So really good stuff. All really good. The next one was, what one thing would make your current position both better and more profitable to your company if you could change one thing? Sticking with the theme, if you could go around and just decide on, I could get better information, I could get a better service writer, I could get, I could change something within myself. What do you think it would be? And we'll start this time with Joshua Taylor.
Where I'm at, like I said, I'm not a small shop 6 minutes from my house, so the luxury of the commute is there. But I'm at a shop that was built for the owner. The owner's 5'3", and at the time of its building, it was just him. And that means there's space for 5 motorcycles.
Right.
But it's winter time, so there's a couple project bikes in there for the winter, and there's now kind of 4 of us working in a shop built for 1. And I can palm the ceiling above where I work, so I can't lift bikes with a windshield all the way up. I can't trying to move around. So if I were to want a bigger shop, the luxury is, in theory, about 9 months from now, there will be. So it's coming. It's coming. It's going to make everybody's life so much easier. We're going to be able to not have to move things in and out into the mud, and it's just going to be altogether a better experience for everybody.
Follow-up question for that. Is there, being in Canada, do you get quite a bit of snow where you're at? Are you rural, or are you in the city area?
Rural. I'm 2 hours north of Toronto. I'm right on the bay. So we have our own little microclimate. The irony is that big storm that came through there recently hit everybody with like 3 feet of snow, and we didn't get any. But we got 70-mile-an-hour winds. So it was still a storm, and we couldn't see anything. We just didn't get the snow everybody else did.
So a lot of snowmobile action going on.
Yes. The unfortunate thing, for the last 5 days, it's rained. So all the trails are now closed again.
Bummer.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, especially for a snowmobile power sports store.
Yeah, definitely. Russell, how about you? What's one thing that you'd be able to, that you would change if you could change, that would make your job both profitable and better for you?
That is actually a question that I did not come up with a good answer for when I was considering, because, for me, maybe more reasonable labor times from the OEM, because I get in some warranty jobs and I just know that I'm going to take twice as long as they pay, and it's frustrating.
Definitely. Well, that's definitely something that you're not 100% in control of, but I know that you and I have spoken a couple different times through some comments, and you've seen my comments, and I'm sure you've seen, I've seen yours. you were kind of the outlier for me. I'm very pro flat rate because I worked in the aftermarket for 18 years at, Goodyear stores and that type of thing, tire stores, and ended up being diag tech for a long time in that type of, that environment. But one of the things that I couldn't believe is when I got into a decent store that took care of their employees, I was killing myself doing 40 hours a week and not really getting paid for what I did. So I come into a flat rate store and I was making all kinds of money. It was trying my best to beat book time by half, because if I could do it in half, I'm getting twice the money. And as long as
Right.
you're fixing it right the first time, it was awesome. I loved it. But watching and listening and reading the comments that you make and knowing a couple of General Motors technicians, because it does vary by manufacturer. I went to a Volkswagen store, and Volkswagen at the time was pretty decent. It wasn't terrible. I mean, I think a front wheel disc replacement and brake pad change was like 1.3, 1.5. So it was pretty nice. Yeah, look at Joshua's face. But I tried to hire a guy out of 1.2. 1.2.
Dodge 0.2.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, there's just no, and this wasn't very long ago. I was at Volkswagen like 5 years ago. But seeing your comments, I tried to hire a guy out of a General Motors store that was down the road from us to a Volkswagen store, and he was doing the ring jobs at the time on the 3.6 liters, and he's like, I'm losing my rear end. He's like, there's 16 hours in this job and it pays 13.2 now, and he said, I can't do it, and he says, I'm the only guy that they have doing it. So he's like, there's no way that somebody that walked into this that had never done it before, they wouldn't be able to even get anywhere near book time. It'd be 20 hours. So it's definitely something that needs to be looked at by the entire industry. And I think that does stop a lot of people from entering it. Marshall, how about you? What's one thing that you could change?
Well, so my current position is I'm mobile.
Okay.
I work in the field, so I'm a field technician. So one thing that I felt would make things better for me, and then also more profitable for my company, would be like social media self-promotion, or just like self-promotion in general, like personalized thank you cards. Russell and I have bounced ideas back and forth about the personalized thank you cards. Because like if I go to a customer's location and I get done doing something, you could do like the little tent style fold up, thanks for your business. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that sets you apart, especially in a dealer environment, or in a highly competitive mobile environment. Setting yourself apart from your competitors is difficult. You have to add value. They can have anybody come fix stuff, but you got to add value to that customer besides just fixing the equipment for them. So
exactly. Let me ask you this, Marshall, as a follow-up. Do you find it, do you have someone that sells the work for you, or do you sell your own work like I do? Or how does that work? And then basically the question is do you find it better for the client, or do they seem like they trust you more since they're talking directly to the person that's going to be working on their vehicle?
Right at the end there, I feel like they trust me more because it's me working on it. I'm there. Right. I see everything. I'm able to, and having that face-to-face interaction is really important. I feel like to the customer, they get to meet the technician, the person. They feel comfortable with my ability because of our conversation, and I feel like that helps a lot. And then to the beginning part of your question, I find all of my own customers and all of my own work.
That's how I do it. Yeah. That's exactly what I end up doing with myself. It's just a very small operation, keep a couple guys on subcontract, and then I run out each day and do what I have to do to make sure, keeps afloat. So very good stuff, guys. The other question I had was, what one technology could you guys pick up, whether it's a scan tool, lab scope, or a new information system that might bring you, more information for what you do, a multimeter. What's one thing that you guys could change on the technology side that you would want to do to make your business better, to make you guys better? Russell, let's start with you this time.
Hands down, learning how to properly use a lab scope. Because like I was telling about how the serial data gateway module prevents us the tools that GM gives me to use, I cannot see what goes on behind that serial data gateway module. The scan tool communicates directly to it. What happens behind it, I can't see. With a lab scope, I can find a place, tap in, and then I can see what's going on. I had a truck recently that had a low-speed network that was going down. I ended up finding that behind the back seat, I could tap in on both sides of the serial data gateway module. So got in behind that seat, tapped in on both sides, and then started wiggle testing wires until eventually I found where it was shorting out. But having the scope and being able to see what's going on in the communication circuit, I have talked to other technicians that are more advanced than I am. They've used that to diagnose mechanical concerns. He was using a inducer placed on getting the secondary waveform on an ignition coil and knew that he had low compression. That's beyond my ability, and I would love to learn how to do that because it would allow me to much quicker, especially with these complicated intakes that are covering stuff up, to be able to get at it without having to take the intake off and be able to crank it and see what's going on would be huge. So, I know there's a level of training out there that's beyond what I've gotten. I would love to take it to the next step to really be able to use this technology to see what's going on without having to physically get into the car, but to actually see from the waveforms and things like that.
Definitely. As a follow-up, Russell, this is something that's near and dear to my heart because I think the training side of it, and as far as lab scopes are probably the crystal ball of having anything that you can use on a modern vehicle that you can cut your diagnostic time in half most of the time is the lab scope. Does your dealership have a lab scope, or do you have to provide your own, or how's that work where you're at?
The dealership has a picoscope that we got through GM for
General
doing
Motors.
noise and vibration. They have recently sent probes, but there's no training on how to use it. I have a Snap-on Modus that has a 2-channel lab scope in it, and I just have learned by trial and error with that, just for seeing waveforms and things like that.
Very nice. Just a small short plug for myself. I was able to just write a technical portion and article for Motor Age magazine that'll come out in February on using a lab scope to actually diagnose a starter circuit. And with I got a picoscope 4425A, so it's got the smart connectors on it. And when you hook them up, it basically does all of your auto settings. And of course, you can go in and change it with the software, but that'll be coming out in February in Motor Age magazine. So that's pretty exciting. I think it's going to be awesome.
Cool.
Yeah, that's going to be great. Joshua, what about you? What's one piece of technology or one thing that you could use that you don't currently have that you think would help you in your business?
I think I went software side and kind of broad because I'm actually talking about education, kind of an extension of Russell. Education as a whole for mechanics is lacking badly. Unless you're at a branded store in Canada, training is hard to come by. And though in Canada, it works a little different than it does down south of the border. We have to be a licensed apprentice or a licensed technician of some description within the trade, whatever trade you're in, outside of automotive, in order to work on stuff. I had the opportunity to spend 8 weeks at motorcycle repair school very, very recently, and the curriculum is easily 20 years out of date. There was no ABS. Wow. There was no CAN bus. There was no, and half of my fuels and electrical course was on carburetors.
Wow.
So to say that it's out of date is an understatement. So I would imagine that the kind of courses that Russell's talking about trying to get to is not only still few and far between, but hard to get into because class sizes will be small. Software is coming at a rate that we can't fathom. The new technology is coming even faster. We have to be able to diagnose, as we're talking about, whether it's through a scope or not, we have to be able to diagnose. And in order to do that, we need to understand how the systems work. And in order to know how the systems work, we need to have the education to back that up. So there needs to be more opportunities for the education, and the education needs to be more accessible. So technology wise, it's pure education. Utilize the tools that are out there. There's all kinds of places to put courses for OEMs to just say, here's what we want to train people on. Make it accessible. It's there. It might come down to us mechanics to actually have to make it. So, and
right,
you're proving that, Robert. You've just written an article on it.
Yep. I follow a bunch of guys with the Trained by Techs, Brandon Steckler and a couple other guys, and he's the technical editor at Motor Age. But Facebook groups, just a quick tip if you guys have not been into any of the Facebook groups, it's like a forum, but the Facebook groups typically are pretty good at getting good, clean information. So if you're ever on there, if you go to that, go and find, in your industry, find some of the guys that are doing that every day. Some of those guys are so great. They just put stuff out for free, and it's so awesome that they do that. So, Marshall, let's move on to you. What about technology on your side? What's something that you could use, especially being mobile like I am? I know that it can create different challenges. I can never see the screen on my laptop anywhere I'm at. It never matters where the light's from or the sun's at in the sky. It doesn't matter. You can't see it. You're always readjusting and trying to find it. But what's something that you've something that would help you in your business?
So, continuing to tip the hat to the mobile side, a lot of the mega fleets in my industry, so the customer base that I have are not, mom and dad dropping their car off. They're people going up and down the interstate in semi trucks, So there's a lot of owner operators, and then there's a lot of that may only own one truck or two trucks or maybe even 3 or 4. But mainly those customers are very large mega fleets. Those mega fleets utilize a software that my OEM and several OEMs utilize, where they can schedule repairs or get on your schedule in general. And that's fantastic for them, because they can get right in on the schedule, and they bring the truck in. They already know they're coming and yada yada. But in the mobile side, I don't really have that with my customers. They call me personally. I put them on my schedule, and I spend a lot of time working my schedule. Sunday nights, I look at my schedule for the following week, and I have to plan everything out accordingly. I don't have the opportunity to utilize that awesome software because my customer base just doesn't have the buy-in for it.
Yeah.
So
I think it's one of the things we take for granted is like larger the business. A lot of times there's a lot of things that become automated and can become automated through software and through different hardwares, through different products that you can buy. We used to use Xtime. I'm sure Russell might be familiar with that. Joshua even might have been the power sports side. Xtime was really good at that kind of thing, but it was like an automator. Like you said, it was so much easier to just have someone be able to go in and make an appointment. I use Facebook in the business side of it, but literally I get so backed up, I shut mine off. I make sure that I'm the person that they speak to when I set an appointment. It helps with business. It just helps me talk to somebody, and they're talking back and forth with me, and they get a rapport built. But secondly, I would just be completely rushed if I didn't do that. I would have so many people trying to set schedules for, times that I was already going to be busy. It wouldn't work out. So definitely, it's crazy.
Yeah, and the system, it helps with your repair orders. It helps with your quotes. Like all the quotes are all in there. Sometimes I have to do mine on, like an Excel sheet quick, so I can just email it to the customer, just because they don't utilize that system. And so that makes it more time consuming for me, where it would be pretty sweet if I had customers that did that.
Exactly. I want to go with one quick one, just real quick, because I see Ted has bumped back in. We'll wrap it up with this last one, action plans. What's something that you feel like you guys could do in your business? What's something that you feel like you could get management to agree to, dealer principals, owners, operators? What's something you think that you could get them to say yes to that might help you in the future? Joshua, we'll start with you first.
I'm going to try and keep this in short because I wrote, this is the longest one that I answered. Better, cheaper, more easy access to proactive mental and physical wellness programs, not reactive programs. There was 12 million reports of thoughts of suicide in 2020, 1.2 million attempts, and 46,000 suicides in 2020. Wellness, care, empathy, proactive mental wellness programs, I think needs to be the pivotal goal for 2023 for leaders. We need folks in stores fixing cars, trucks, SUVs, boats, planes, trains, and automobiles. Without that empathetic leadership culture, it's not going to happen.
Very succinct and very poignant. Exactly. I would have to completely agree with that. Marshall, how about you? What's an action plan, something that you can take action with this coming week or this coming month or maybe in this year that would help your business, help your customers?
For sure. There's always more training. I got so much training I need to do. I stay up on it, but it's always coming out so fast. The new trucks are coming out now, and the dashes are crazy, all digital, and there's just so much training. I know on my end, I could do a better job of staying up on the online stuff that I need to, and my company can send me off to school, So, and the other technicians as well. Can't forget all the boys out there and the gals.
The Teslafication of the industry, it's definitely coming. We're going to have iPads everywhere. So, Russell, with you, what's an action plan that you could put into place that you could get your DP or your GM on board with that you could move forward and help your customers and help yourself out with?
The biggest thing that I've got going on is as a trainer, it's finding and getting my guys into classes, not just GM classes, but classes that can help them be better at their job.
Right. Totally agree. Wow. Ted, welcome back.
Robert, I got to come to you with that very same question. One action plan that you want to share with us tonight.
Two things. I want to open a second truck this year, and I'd like to hire another person. Those two things have been probably my biggest hindrances over the past 6 months, just because as soon as you put your face out there and your name out there, and if people do see that your ability is good, you're honest with people, and you're competitive with your pricing, you automatically start gaining customers, and your client base goes up. The word of mouth is amazing. The internet's a wonderful thing as long as you're not taking advantage of people, and it just blows up. So I think those two things, another person and another truck.
Gentlemen, fascinating conversation, not nearly enough time. Three very, very different perspectives. I want to thank Russell and Marshall for your service. Thank you so much. Joshua, boy, you gave us a lot of information. I was taking notes the whole time, everybody, with all three. And then, of course, Robert Stage. Robert, great job. And not nearly enough time. We're going to have to come back, Robert, and pick it up with some of the other questions that you put together. It goes pretty quick, doesn't it?
Would be happy to. Yeah, it certainly does. You never have enough time.
Well, I think this is a stellar panel, and this is just the beginning. So I want to thank, on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, Joshua Taylor. Great to have you. What an honor to have you here on the roundtable with us today. Russell Wickham, nice to meet you. Wow, great information. Thank you, my friend. And Marshall Sheldon, learned a lot. So thank you. And
thanks for having me.
Yeah, I think it's probably the first time we've had a true diesel technician, on the roundtable. So long overdue, and great information. Robert Stage, you did not disappoint. So again, I
appreciate
another
that.
great panel, Robert.
Yep. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
All right. Robert Stage, Joshua Taylor, Russell Wickham, and Marshall Sheldon, the future of technical repair, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
What a great day 3 we had at the Roundtable Roundup. The Fixed Ops Roundtable has the best cowboys and cowgirls in all of the automotive industry. Don't forget to step off your horse and vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced when the dust settles on day 4. Thank you for joining us today, but don't unsaddle your horse just yet, because we ride back into the Wild West tomorrow for day 4. I'll see y'all there, partners.